All right.
Hey!
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's Sam?
Hi, Daniela.
How are you?
I'm great. How about you? I'm so excited for the Rainier Beach Harvest Festival, which we're just about to kick off here at the beautiful Rainier Beach Urban Farm and Wetland.
Oh, it's so lovely today. I was really worried that it was going to be raining and super windy, but we have this lovely overcast day and it works well.
It is going to work well. Let's take a look at the festival lineup, shall we?
Yes, welcome.
What do we got going today?
This is what you're going to want if you are able to pick up a kit. This is the program for the festival. It's happening now. Welcome to the Rainier Beach Harvest Festival.
Hopefully the only virtual version of the Rainier Beach Harvest Festival that we'll ever have to do. But
yes, hopefully.
We're happy to be able to present this to you today.
We have such an awesome lineup here today. We're going to run through it with you so that you can kind of come in and out as you please, but we really hope that you stick around, especially for our first thing that we'll be having today, because at 10:10, in a few minutes after we've given you time to join us, we're going to be welcoming Ken Workman from the Duwamish tribe. And then
after that, we're going to be having a traditional Tlingit dance performance.
Yeah.
Which is very exciting.
Yes, I'm super excited about this dance performance. It was recorded last week and I haven't seen the recording yet. And you're going to be getting to see the debut of the recording today at 10:30. At 11 o'clock, we're going to have a video on growing great garlic. So if you love garlic like me and you want to learn how to grow garlic well, tune in at 11 o'clock.
Then after that, we're going to have someone show you, Sue, our good friend Sue, is going to show you how to make corn husk dolls, which is going to be really fun.
Yes, so I don't know if you did that when you were a kid or if you are a kid yourself, but we're going to do that at 11:30 and at noon, right before lunch when we're all starting to get really hungry. Don't worry, we're going to make Mexican atole, and that is a delicious warm corn beverage that will be taught to us by Sewa Yuli, who will be broadcasting from San Diego today. After that,
lunch.
We're all going to take a brunch break. We encourage you to get off your phone, your laptop, your iPad. We're going to get off of our phones. We're going to take a lunch break. We want you to as well for a half hour at 12:30 to 1 o'clock. And at 1 o'clock,
when we come back at 1, we'll be joined by Suze and David, who will give us a tour of Rainier Beach Urban Farm.
Yeah, which is really awesome because generally right now we're open Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So when the gates are open, you're welcome to come to the farm and explore. So today, the farm is closed to the public. We're going to give you a little private tour so you can come and enjoy it on your own at your leisure. At 1:30, this is so cool.
Very cool.
We're going to be making dye out of kitchen scraps. So in the kit, which we're going to take some time to open up in a moment, there's cabbage, and we're going to learn how to make natural dye out of cabbage and other things that you might have in your kitchen, like scraps from food. Then what's going to happen at 2 o'clock?
After we dye some face masks, we're going to learn how, like, 2 different really amazing ways to cook pumpkin. And there's also a pumpkin in this bag that you can use if you've got a kit to follow along.
And if you didn't get a kit, we did put some outside of the gates. So if you want to swing by today and pick up a kit, there are some outside the gates that you can grab.
It's not too late.
It's not too late. At 2:30, we have a Lushootseed language workshop. Lushootseed has been spoken in this area for thousands of years. And if you want to learn how to say things like hello, goodbye, how are you, bear, and have a cool story told to you in Lushootseed, that will be happening at 2 o'clock. And the last thing, oh, sorry, that's 2:30. The last thing we have today.
At 3 o'clock. This is going to be an incredible way to close out the Harvest Festival. We've got the Adavua Harvest Dance. And it's going to be done live here at the farm. And we're all really... We're going
to dance too, dance along.
We're going to get moving and end the day on a high note.
Yes, so excited. So let's see what's in the kit.
Let's take a look at what's in this bag.
I haven't even opened it yet.
These are just so cool.
Ooh. First thing I'm finding is the farm guide. You won't need this today, but all the kits have these farm guides and it lists every single farm that's in Washington. Pretty awesome.
What's in this little bag, Daniela?
I think something, it looks like it might be for the show today. Let's find out. Ah, it's a garlic clove for growing great garlic. And that was at 11 o'clock.
That's right.
I'm remembering correctly.
Corn husks. And I think there's some twine in here as well. That's for the corn husk doll making portion of the show today.
At 11:30.
This is a 6-pack of organic cotton face masks from Naturepedic, one of our sponsors of this festival today. And we're going to be using these and this purple cabbage to make a dye for these face masks.
Yeah.
Which is going to be really cool.
What else?
What else is in here?
This is so fun. Ooh.
A little snack pack.
This is, not all the bags got this. This is just like a little extra something, a goodie from our sponsors, Maven, Goodness to Grow. There's some really cute snacks in here.
And look, a whole pumpkin.
The pumpkin.
All right.
Awesome. So exciting. This pumpkin, you're going to learn how to make custard in it today and stuff it with all kinds of delicious stuff with Carrie at, what time was that again?
That's at 1 something. Yeah. That's at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Pumpkins. What's the last thing?
Here's the masa for the atoll.
Here's masa for the atoll.
And if you got a bag, you also got one of these really cool cooler bags, just as a nice little extra.
That was another sponsorship gift
from Maven Meals.
So cool. And there's lots of other little tiny things in here. Get a bag. If you already have a bag, take a look. There's even some seeds in here for sprinkling around. And now it's not too late if you want to sprinkle them for spring next year.
Right.
So.
All right. Well, let's.
I'm going to let you introduce our first presenter.
Sure.
All right.
Sure. You know, the Rainier Valley and Rainier Beach has, for the last 100 years or so, been, one of the more diverse parts of the city of Seattle. There's been waves of immigrants that have settled in Southeast Seattle, from Italians to Chinese, Vietnamese, and more recently East Africans. But, for 10,000 years before that, I just want to point out that we're standing on the traditional ancestral lands of the Duwamish people right here on Rainier Beach Urban Farm. And to tell us a little bit more about that is someone who you probably know, who needs very little introduction. He is not only a retired data analyst from Boeing, more importantly, he is the great-great-great-grandson of the Duwamish chief from whom our city takes its name. So it's my great honor and humble, just so grateful to have with us today, Ken Workman.
That's good idea, Dave. Todagwe hoho. Ja just stod steeds där. Ja just stod steeds där att det var. Akuye, siat. And this simply means thank you, Dave, for your kind words and your introduction. And my name in our traditional Lushootseed language is workman. Yayu stoves. This means workman. And I am of the Duwamish tribe. And so now you know who I am. And you know where you are on this ancient land of the Duwamish people. And you know my ancestry, my family tree. And normally we go through our families by saying my father is Bob, my mother is Jackie, my grandfather is Jack, and Auntie Karen. And we go through our families this way until we start seeing people's heads nod, because then the people know who you are and they know where they are. And so it's an honor for me to be here today on Harvest Day at the Harvest Festival, celebrating all of this land and all of this plenty that's here on the very same land that my ancestors lived on for, as Dave pointed out, thousands and thousands and thousands of years. And so today I will talk a little bit about our language. I will talk a little bit about the history of the Duwamish people, a little bit about my great-great-great-great-grandfather, Chief Seattle, and a famous speech that he made in 1855. And then I will talk about what it means to be Native American on this soil, this ancient land of our people, where our bones are still in this ground. And finally, I'd like to bring all that together in a story that all people knew. And it's only up in the last 200 years that modern society seems to have forgotten this story about our interconnectedness as people with this ground and with this soil. And so I am workman of the Duwamish tribe, retired from Hibach Big. I'm retired from the big house that made these things that fly, sky canoes. I'm retired Boeing Flight Operations Engineering, where I worked as a systems and data analyst. And so this will be important as I begin to tell the tale of what Chief Seattle said in his famous speech. I'm retired from the Duwamish tribe, where I was past president of our nonprofit arm, Duwamish Tribal Services, and I'm a former council member. And so today what I say is, today, no workman I, just retired. And so I'm grateful for these opportunities to come out and speak like this, in a language that we were forbidden from speaking for so very long. Our languages were taken away from us, just as our land was taken away from us. And when our children went to these boarding schools and they were told you cannot speak your language anymore under severe punishment. And then when those children came home and their parents for fear said, don't speak this language, speak English, speak this new language. This is a matter of survival. And even today in some families, there are people that say, don't speak that language, but it's coming back. And this is a wonderful thing, how the language is returning and the little ones, the little ones, they're speaking this language once again. And we're beginning to understand who we are once again and taking back our identities. And so it's an honor for me to be standing here before you today and tell you that this language, Lishutsi, is coming back, the same language that my great-great-great-great-grandfather, Chief Seattle, spoke. And so I'm going to pull out my little note machine here so I can see what I want to talk about today. Where we are today, Rainier Beach Harvest Festival. These are the people of the Great Lake, which people in the world today know as Washington. Hachu Abs. Hachu is the lake. Abs is people. So Ateya Padate Hachu As Aslakio Kitida Skoiswatufte. Today, we are standing on the lands of the Hachuabs people, the lake people. Just north of the Renton people, the Black River people, the Hitachabs, Stolak, the Black River people. And we are just a few miles east of the Duwab-Stolak, the Duwamish River people. All of these combine together to create the Duwamish tribe that we know today. All of these are collectively referred to as Duf Duwabs, where Duf means everybody. It means the lake people, it means the river people, it means the Duwamish River people, it means Seattle, it means Ballard. And so this is where you are. This is where we are today when we stand upon this land. And so it's important to know that. And so it's also important to note that I can't get into my phone. So this is where we are. And in 1855, my grandfather stood on the shores of Alki Beach, just probably a dozen miles away from where we are today. And he said to people, he said, come ashore, my friends, onto this land of the Duwamish. You are welcome here, my friends. And so this is an important note, because on that day when he said that, he was welcoming the Denny Party in 1851, 169 years ago, onto this collective land of the Duwamish. He welcomed them here. And we as Duwamish people said, you need help to survive the winter. Well, actually, they just needed help. And so we provided that help in the form of clam nectar. And we provided that help in the form of shelters. And we provided help for the Denny Party. And then by 1855, it was only 3 years, 2 months and 10 days later, my great-great-great-great-grandfather was told he has to sign this Point Elliott Treaty of 1855, where all of this land would be ceded to these new strangers that came here. These strangers that said, if you sign this, then you're no longer welcome here and we will have to move. But before he signed that treaty, he looked Isaac Stevens in the eye, tapped him on the head, and he said, I will take this halastab, this writing thing, to my people, and we will tell you what we think. But know this, that the very first thing that we require is unencumbered access to our burial grounds. And then he said, you abandon your dead and you think them powerless, but they're not. They're not entirely powerless. He followed that up with how the ground, the dust, is more loving to our feet than it is to yours. And how the rocks, the hills, and even the valleys resonate with the memories of the Duwamish people. He said all of this, and he said more. But I'll conclude with what he said was that when the lights are out and the streets are empty, they will throng with the ghosts of my people. So when you take all of this stuff that he was talking about and you look at it through the lens of modern science, you realize what he was talking about was the cycle of life. And that for 10,000 years as Duwamish people, we've been living and dying on these 7 hills. And that all that material that was grandpa and grandma and aunties and uncles and warriors, all of that stuff goes down into the ground. And then when the spring rains come, it gets sucked back up, that at a molecular level, all that stuff that was grandma and grandpa and aunties and uncles gets sucked back up through the roots of the trees, through the symbiotic relationship between the mycorrhiza fungi in the ground and the roots in the trees. And you can verify this if you look up Dr. Susan Samard out of the University of British Columbia, who has studied the migration of this material through trees and through the ground. And so when my grandfather was talking about that, he was saying that grandma and grandpa have changed, and now they're in the trees providing us the oxygen that we use to breathe. They are providing us the wood for our houses and for our canoes and for our clothing. Grandma and grandpa are still here, and that the dead are not entirely powerless. And so when he said the ground is more loving to our feet than it is to yours, that's because all that stuff that's down into the ground, that's grandma and grandpa and aunties and uncles. When we as Duwamish people, as Native people walk around in our bare feet, we're in direct contact with the soil that you see behind me, the soil all around you, in direct contact. And so we're communicating through our living feet, through those cells, with all that stuff that's in the ground. And so of course, it's more loving, the ground is more loving to us than it is to you, these new strangers. And so in the context of modern science, I would ask you to think about the elephants of the Serengeti who communicate through their feet using ultra-long wave frequencies. How one herd can talk to another herd across vast distances. And this is who we are as Duwamish people. And so when he said the hills and the valleys and the rocks resonate with the memories of us, think about the beaches of Seattle and the granite rocks. And the granite rocks consist in large part of silicon. And so for this, think of the silicon wafers in your computers. Think of the silicon wafer memory chips in your phones and your computers. And this is where the memories are. And so finally, I will conclude with when he said, when the lights are out and the streets are empty, what's wrong with the ghosts of our people? I would ask you to go down to Pioneer Square in downtown Seattle. And you look at some of these older buildings down there that have the dates on them, built in 1909. Look at the framework of those buildings that have massive timbers in there. And so those timbers can be calculated. The age of those timbers can be calculated using a simple trigonomic function. So we know those timbers are at least 200 years, 300 years, 100 years older than the building. And so in those buildings at the molecular level are the Duwamish people. And so everything that he said was true. When looked at through the context of modern science, it all was true. This uneducated man was speaking the truth, the very same truth we all knew 200 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 5,000 years ago. This was common knowledge. And so I tell you this today so that you will know the truth of the place that you're at in the Renton Harvest Festival lands, that we're all connected through these plants, through this land, and to this point in time. And so I would say to the Harvest Festival, thank you, Harvest Festival, for your invitation. That you are welcome here. Bring your canoes ashore onto this land, this ancient land of the Duwamish. Gwigwi hidda, gwigwi hidda, gwigwi hidda. Thank you.
Escondidas, Chuck. Escondidas, Chuck. Escondidas, Chuck. Ken, thank you so much. I holding back tears. It's such a beautiful. I've always wanted to spend time in the places of my ancestry, and that now is just even stronger inside of me, wanting to be in the places where my ancestors are from. And like my ancestry is from Sicily and from Mexico, and I got to go to Sicily for a weekend, and I was kissing the buildings and people thought I was a little cuckoo, but now I feel less cuckoo. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Danielle.
Do you have any questions for Ken while we still have him for a quick moment?
Well, I think what do we need to get into the Tlingit dance?
We do.
I'm afraid it may be that time. I would love to have you stay for another hour and chat, but I think we got to let the dancers come
All right, well, give me a second to just wipe this one tear.
I have to do the same thing, as a matter of fact. But Ken, if you want to walk over here with me, Daniela can go ahead and.
Sure.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was amazing. I feel so humbled. All the more reason for us to really honor the land we live in, pay attention to who's Indigenous here, and give them our prayers, give them our thoughts, give them our finances if we're able. Real Rent Duwamish is an amazing nonprofit that gives money to a handful of Duwamish works and projects like the Duwamish Longhouse and the Duwamish River Cleanup. You can go to realrentduwamish.com. I signed up. I don't have a ton of money, so I gave $5, and I give $5 a month, and that is my rent to the Duwamish people. You can give as little or as much as you want. You can do one time or monthly. Okay, next we have a very special performance. You're getting to see the debut of our Handa Ijin dancers. Handa Ijin means take my hand in Tlingit. And this is 4 generations that you're about to see of Tlingit family. They also have claimed some, let's see, Haida and Shimishian heritage as well, all originally from Southeast Alaska, but they all now live here today in the Puget Sound area. So you're about to see traditional Tlingit dance. They want to share their culture with you. They're going to share some words as well, some beautiful dance and song by Handa Ijin. Thank you so much. Take it away, Sarah.
It's our Box of Wisdom song written by Harold Jacobs. This song was composed as a gift to Sea Alaska Heritage Institute, specifically for celebration in 1994. It is based on the words of George Davis, a Deishitan from Angoon, and the words were spoken in 1980 at the Sea Alaska Elders Conference in Sitka. We don't want what we did here only to echo in the air, how our grandfathers used to do things. Yes, you have unwrapped it for us. That is why we will open again this container of wisdom left in our care. The words of the song say, we will open again this container of wisdom left in our care. The song features our children who will open the box of wisdom and carry on our culture. Jin, which translates to give me your hand. Our group is from the Puget Sound, stemming from Arlington down to Puyallup. We have a number of people who couldn't make it, but I also wanted to explain how we became associated with the Center for Wooden Boats. My children's father is a carver, and he carved canoes. The canoe right behind us is one of them. He's carved probably about 8 dugout canoes that have been gifted around Puget Sound. The Duwamish have one, Nisqually has one. He carved me one, which I gifted to my village in Alaska. In return for giving them a canoe, they carved a totem pole that was to honor me as the giver, Sadoots as the carver, and the Center for Wooden Boats for allowing it to have a home. So we've been associated with the Center for Wooden Boats, with my children's father as artist in residence for at least 20 years. And so this is my children's second home. So that is how, when we needed a place to perform, we decided the Center of Wooden Boats would be good. So that is who we are. We also would like to thank the Duwamish for allowing us to pass through on their land. This is the land of the Duwamish, and we all are here as visitors. So we do extend an offer of thanks to the Duwamish for allowing this. Thank you. B'nach
Hande Jen. Yehu Ayana Hey Yawana. Yehu Ayana Hey Yawana. Yehu Ayana Hey Yawana.
Composed by clan leader Willie Brown, Klawan is his name, of the Tongass Bear Clan. He sang it to his future wife-to-be, Sonia Kwan, Cape Fox woman. We sing it in honor of George Samuels, an esteemed elder from our group who has walked into the forest.
Ganachchish. My name is Dehua. I am a Tlingit, Alaska Native, and I would like to thank you for watching us do our video performance, and we would like to thank Rainier Beach for inviting us. I would also like to introduce my children's father, Sadoops Peel. He is a Haida. We are both from two different tribes, both Alaska Native, but two different tribes. I asked him to be with us because we are in the Center for Wooden Boats. The totem pole behind me was gifted to me as the gifter, Sadoots as the carver, and the Wooden Boat Center for giving it a home to live in. The totem pole came from John Rowan out of Klawock, Alaska, and it was a thank you for the canoe that I had gifted to Klawock, which is my home village. So I would like Sadoots to add a few words, please.
My name's Sadoots, and I've been an artist in residence here for many years. Cultural connection, carving cultural connection. Invited by Dick Wagner, the founder of the Center for Wooden Boats, and his wife Colleen. And I've been here for many years, like I said, is building canoes with young people from every culture, teaching cultural connection. And he made a canoe in honor of reconnecting to the village of Klawock. She gifted the canoe back and reunited with her family and the village. And the honor pole here, it was the old potlatch style, but they honored us and brought it back down in 2 years. And to mention that all of this going on is not to forget the Duwamish living here while we're speaking, is that we're honoring them at the same time, asking permission. What we're doing here is we're on somebody else's territory. We need to honor it all the time. Whatever we do in public, in mind that we're on somebody else's land, that they're the caretakers, and to honor each other wherever we're at. When we go into somebody else's village or town, do nothing but good. Don't bring any garbage to there. And that's what this cultural connection is all about staying together, eating together. How can we help our Mother Earth? How can we live for each other and lift up each other in ways? And it's just simple ways that we do is recognizing what we can do together. The young people, encourage them. The canoe here was made mostly by third graders, and it was gifted to the Center for Wooden Boats called the Ganach. And Stephen Phillips, it has two names. So it's been a busy canoe, and I'm so happy to be invited here to the center in the middle of Seattle. And what we've been teaching is about bringing people together and the positive teaching. It's about positivity and about compassion, honoring each other, grandmother, the songs they've been singing, honoring all living things. It's so important that we talk about it, because what I look at this is what they call the umbilical cord of the earth. It holds the story. In our ways, this is a story of what we've been going through at our time, this time, in that it still works, the potlatch. When we gifted the canoe, we paddled it from my village to her village. And we were accepted by hundreds of people to honor that. And it lasted for a couple days and brought the canoe back. So it brought back the potlatches and bringing back balance to our lives, to each other. And see, I'm just thankful, as I said, and reconnect, keep our children learning, our grandchildren. Many people are learning from this how to take care of each other and take care of the canoe, honor it. No matter what we do is how we take care of our house, our canoe, how we feel about it, how it reacts in the ocean. I have to bring this up to this lady. She saved my life and being stubborn on the canoe journey. We were going out in this canoe, and when we came out of the fog, all hell broke loose, and we were in the worst storm, and she wouldn't let me leave the coast without a life jacket. I have to admit that that's part of a story. That was a journey, and it saved all our lives. And that's what the pros and cons are, is that very strong lady, and they say something, you could better listen. I probably wouldn't have made it off the shore if I didn't put it on, so I had to put it on in front of everybody. So this is what I have to say. It's all about the growth, compassion, being thankful. Like I said, thanking the Duwamish and all the tribes here that were on their land. They're the caretakers, and we are guests on their land until we leave. And if that time comes, we'll leave a gift here, and then we will let them know, and then we'll go back home.
Our next group of songs are our water songs. We are a canoe coastal people who have lived off of the sea for thousands of years. We have a deep connection and a deep love and respect for the sea. Our brothers and sisters of the ocean, they're crying out for our help. They are letting us know that they are hurting. We need to help them. What can you do? What can we do? Way, way, yeah, hey, way, way, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, way, way, yeah, hey, way, way, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, yeah, hey, way, 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 yeah, hey, way, 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 yeah, hey, way, yeah, hey, way, yeah, hey, way, 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 yeah, hey, way, 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 yeah, hey, way, yeah, hey, way, yeah, hey, way, 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 yeah, hey, way, 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 yeah, hey, way, yeah, hey, way, yeah, hey, way, 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 yeah, hey, way, 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 yeah, hey, way, yeah, hey, way, Our next song is our grandma song. This was composed by Susan, and she asked for my help, so we worked on it together. This song is about a grandmother standing on the beach, And she's thinking of her grandchild, and she's watching them play, and she's thinking of their safety and the love and the protection and the sea. Our next song will be the Killer Whale song.
Way high, away.
Our next song is a song close to our hearts. This is the Women's Warrior song composed by Martina Pierre, a member of the Lil'wat Nation in British Columbia. She shared it for all of us to sing. And Indigenous people throughout Canada and the U.S. are missing mothers, daughters, sisters, and aunties who have disappeared, never been found, or have been murdered. We honor the families and wish for the return of their loved ones with this song.
Hey, 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 Yakio, Yakio, hey, hey, Yakio, Yakio, hey, Yakio, hey, hey, Yakio. Hee-oh, hey, hee-oh.
Well, it's time for us to say goodbye. We're going to sing Yela, which is our goodbye song. We will wave to you, and you are welcome to wave back to us. And after we sing that song, we will do our exit song. Yela, Yela, hey, hey, hey.
Wow, that was an amazing dance performance that we were very lucky to have. And now we're going to move on to the next thing, which, if you're like me and a recipe calls for 2 cloves of garlic, I put it in 9. I really enjoy garlic. So our very own Marnie Soren, who is one of our adult education team members at Tilth Alliance, is going to show us how to grow great garlic at home. And if you have a festival kit, it's the one with a little red sunshine stamp on it. You've got your very own seed garlic, and Marnie is going to show us how to grow that at home. So take it away, Marnie.
That there are over 600 varieties of garlic grown around the world? 600! Wild, right? Hi, my name is Marnie, and I'm a garden educator with Tilth Alliance. And I'm excited to talk to you today about growing great garlic because it's one of my favorite things to grow. For one, I love garlic, and I love putting it in everything, practically everything that I eat. And then in addition, I think as an overwintering, low maintenance crop, it's just one of the perfect things to set into the ground in the fall season. So right now is the perfect time. And one of the things I really like about it is that in the winter, this is typically a slower time of year for all of us. And the garlic will just be growing slowly and steadily in the ground alongside you as you go through your restful season. And then it will wake up again in the spring and be ready for you as you're beginning to think about growing again anew in next year. Okay, so our plan today is to cover 4 main things. The first is going to be the life cycle of garlic, how it grows throughout the year. Then we'll talk about different varieties that you could be growing. Next, I'll show you a planting demo outside, so how you could be seeding it in your own garden. And then we'll wrap up by talking about general care and how to harvest your garlic. So let's get started. A key component to growing great garlic is understanding how it grows. The life cycle of garlic begins with the clove, which is contained inside of the paper wrappers of the bulb. Typically planted from late September through November, the bulb will spend the cooler season underground where it will grow some roots and grow through a period of dormancy. In the spring, you'll notice fresh leafy greens emerging from the soil. In this vegetative growth stage, the garlic will focus its energy on making leaves. Once the days begin to really lengthen, sometime around May, the plant will direct its energy into growing the bulb below. In hardneck varieties, the plant will grow a woody flower stalk called a scape, which is delicious to eat, and by cutting the scape, we encourage the bulb to grow bigger. In softneck varieties, there isn't usually a scape, but lots of growth will be happening below. Once the lower leaves of the plant begin to dry and half the upper leaves turn brown, the garlic is ready to harvest. So now that you have a picture of how garlic grows over the course of its life cycle, we can talk about varieties. So as we mentioned at the beginning of our session, there are over 600 varieties of garlic grown throughout the world. They grow in all sorts of climates and all sorts of soils, and all of these different varieties, they're adapted to their local region. So when I say variety, what I mean is the type of garlic. At the grocery store, typically we find one type of garlic. They usually look more or less like this. And just like if you're going to buy a head of lettuce, say you're going to buy you have options like romaine or red leaf lettuce or buttercrunch lettuce. Similarly, when you're going to plant garlic, as opposed to buying garlic, there's usually just one, but when you're going to plant it, there are a lot of options to you. And in order to set yourself up for success for the season, we recommend finding garlic that's adapted to the region where you'll be growing it. So usually that means buying your garlic at a plant nursery or a farm supply store, sometimes the hardware store. You can call ahead and see if they have garlic in, or even a seed catalog will have garlic options that are locally adapted. So you might be asking yourself, well, can I just buy a head of garlic at the grocery store and plant the cloves from that? And yes, you can. And if what you're trying to do is set yourself up for success and grow great garlic for the year, you might reconsider. And here's why. First, if you're buying any kind of conventional garlic, or if you're not sure if it's organic or not, chances are it may have been sprayed with an anti-sprouting agent, which means that it's the chemical that's been put on there is to prevent it from sprouting or from beginning to grow. So then that might not work out. Additionally, if you're buying it from the grocery store, you may not know where it originated. And so if it's coming, say, for example, from a farm in California, that specific garlic may not be as well adapted to our region here in the Pacific Northwest. There are many different varieties of garlic, but there are two main categories that all of those varieties will fit into. And you may have heard these terms, hardneck and softneck. Hardneck varieties are typically adapted for cooler climates. They have rich, spicy flavors, and they usually have larger cloves that are easier to peel. So let's take a look inside. Once you open the bulb, it's easier to see this central, stiffer stem that all of the cloves grow around in a hardneck garlic. And you can even see here just how easy this one is to peel, as the papery wrapper came off pretty quickly as soon as I broke them apart. For planting, we're going to keep that papery wrapping, that sheath on, but we're going to begin splitting these apart, keeping as much of the paper intact as possible. Softneck varieties are adapted for warmer weather climates. They usually have milder flavors and small cloves, but more cloves inside of the head. And usually there are more layers of this papery wrapping. This might look familiar, as it's usually the type of garlic that we'll find in the grocery store, primarily because softneck varieties store longer than hardneck varieties. So let's take a look inside and do a little comparison. Being careful here to keep most of the papery wrapping on our clove, but as we get closer to the center, you can see that there, in contrast to the hardneck garlic, there's not quite a central stem down the middle. There's just more garlic cloves. Ooh, and a little bug. Next, I'll demonstrate what it looks like to plant garlic in a few different settings. We'll begin by planting a whole bed of garlic at one of Tilth's learning gardens, and then we'll come back to my home garden where I'll show you what it looks like to plant on a smaller scale in a raised bed and in a container. We'll be planting this softneck variety, which is early Italian, and then we'll be planting this hardneck variety, which is called Dugansky. So whenever you're ready to get started in your garden, I would recommend preparing your bed in whatever way works best for you. There are a lot of different theories and methods, and there's more than one right way to garden. So I'm just going to show you what I like to do here in our learning garden to prepare our garden beds. So the next step is to separate your garlic head into its cloves. So this big bulb, we're going to separate into all its different pieces, and these individual cloves are what we're going to plant. So as opposed to when we're cooking with garlic, when we take all of this papery coating off, when we're planting our garlic, we're going to leave most of that on. We just need to take off enough to separate the individual cloves. I found that just sort of gently twisting some of the covering off can really help to separate the individual pieces. These are really nice big cloves that I'm getting here. You might kind of push on it with your hand. We really want to make sure to keep as much of that papery covering on there as we can. Ooh, look at that nice big one. If you take a little bit off, that's okay. It's not the end of the world. And if you notice that you take one of the coverings off and you see this separation, those are actually separate cloves that we can continue to break apart. So now that you've got your garlic cloves separated and you're ready to plant, you might want to think about your spacing and where you're going to plant your garlic before you start setting it in the ground. And so one really helpful tool to do this can be using a ruler. A really good place to start is by imagining planting each clove about 6 inches apart. So 6 inches apart from each other in rows that are about 9 inches apart. So look here for where I hit 9, I'll make a mark for myself. I'll go to 18, I'll make a little mark for myself. And then I can go to 27, make a little mark. I know that I can fit just about 4 rows of garlic that'll be evenly spaced more or less from one another. So then I have 9 inches in the rows, and then it'll be 6 inches apart from each other going down here. A helpful tool that I've learned from growing in general is to know the measurement between your thumb and your pinky. So I know for me, the measurement between my thumb and pinky equals about 6 inches. And so I'm just gonna put the ruler away now and just start measuring out where I'm planting my garlic, thumb to pinky. So here I have 4 varieties of garlic. The first 2 rows are a soft neck garlic, and the second 2 rows are hard neck garlics. And this is an important piece if you're going to do something similar to what I've done here, and you want to remember what you planted. Taking a pause here to write a note to yourself, even if it's just a quick little scribble left to right what you've planted, that can be a really helpful tool. So the next step in your garlic adventure is to plant your garlic. And so what we're going to do here is take a look at our clove, and this piece is really key. So the end that we want facing down is this flatter, rougher bottom where you separate the cloves, and then the point that we would like to be facing upward is kind of this tapered edge of the clove here. So we want to make sure when we're planting our garlic that we plant it to a depth of at least 2 inches. On my shovel, you can see that there's a marking for 2 inches. It's about the length of my thumb, if that helps give you a picture. You'll just want to kind of open up the space, set it in with the flat side down, the pointy end up, and keep going. You can also kind of dig in, since the soil, you may have just loosened it, and just set them in. Using your hand or using the shovel, whatever works best for you. fun trick that you can try if you're planting a bed of garlic like this, or even just a few, is to poke the holes before you plant the seeds, especially if you're working with a friend or with kiddos. This can be a really fun thing to do. So thinking again about that 2 inches or so that you want to plant to the depth of 2 inches, and you're just going to go through and see where your garlic is. You could use the end of a tool, you could use the end of a pole or a post, whatever works for you. And you're just kind of like pre-setting all of the holes. Oop, that one's a little bit tough. Okay. Then you would come back behind and just set all the garlic flat side down, pointy side up, into those holes and cover them up. All right, so we've reached our final step for our fall planting of garlic, which is adding some type of mulch on top of the bed. So I'm going to be using straw mulch here, which you can purchase at certain plant nurseries. You can purchase it at farm supply stores. You can even call your local hardware store and see if they have any straw. You want to look for straw as opposed to hay, which will often have seeds in it. We want the straw which doesn't have any seeds. And then in addition, we want to make sure that we're using untreated straw, because we don't want to introduce any chemicals into our organic garden beds. So here I have some straw that we used previously in the season, and I'm recycling it. I'm going to put about 2 to 3 inches of mulch, the straw mulch, over the bed. You can also use leaf litter or grass clippings or other vegetative material on top of the bed as a mulch. Now your garden is both seeded for an overwintering garlic crop and it's put to bed with your layer of mulch on top. All you need to do now is wait. All right, let's take those techniques from the learning garden and do it on a smaller scale here in my home garden. I've cleared out a space for garlic to go in this area here. And what I'm going to do next is add some compost, incorporate it into the soil with my hand shovel, and then I'll plant some garlic. So next, I'm going to lay the garlic out before I plant it, and as I'm doing that, I'm going to look for the largest, most beautiful cloves that there are in the bunch. These are the ones that can be more confident will make big, beautiful heads of garlic, as opposed to the ones that are really small, or sometimes when you're opening up your bulb, you'll notice that some of the cloves are either rotten or they're dried out, and those ones we're just not going to plant. We'll just focus on these larger ones. In a smaller space, I'm going to push the limits of spacing for my garlic and plant them pretty close together. So we'll do 6 inches-ish, maybe 5 inches between each clove, and then I'll do just 6 inches between the rows, so kind of like in a grid pattern. You might be wondering if you need to water your garlic in at this point in your planting process, and the answer here is no. You can rely on the winter weather, the rain that's surely coming for us in our region, to provide enough moisture for your garlic through the winter season. All you need to do next is mulch. Great opportunity to mulch other things in your garden if you have extra. Growing in containers can also be a great option for growing your garlic. The main thing you want to think about when you're growing in any kind of container is that it's at least 6 inches deep. So you might have a small container like this 12-inch, 10-inch container, and we can see that it's definitely at least 6 inches deep. Or if you have a larger container or a trough that you're growing in, you can plant even more. And for growing in containers, a lot of the preparation for planting is very similar to planting in the ground. The only thing is we're working in a smaller space. And oftentimes containers have a tendency to get more compacted because we water them more often, they dry out a little bit more often. And so as you're changing what you're growing throughout the season, there are a few things you can do. If you're working with fresh potting soil, then you're good to go. You can just plant right into it and feel pretty good that you have all that you need there. At the beginning of the season, if you were to refresh the soil in your container, one option is to take some of the soil out, put compost in, and mix it with your potting soil as you go to help refresh it. At this point in the year, I already did that earlier this spring. So here I'm really just looking to aerate and kind of fluff up the soil again and add compost just like we did in our beds. So I'll do it in the 2 different pots. So you know what comes next, planting and then mulching. And here you have a few different options. If you had a smaller container, you could plant a single garlic in the center, knowing that it will become the biggest bulb possible. Or you could plant it in a pattern where you're pushing the boundaries of that spacing a little bit by planting, say, for example, a triangle pattern. So the garlic would be a little closer to the edges of the pot, but still the recommended spacing from each other. They may not grow as big as they could because the spacing will be a little bit tighter, but you'll have 3 heads of garlic instead of 1. And so it's just a matter of what works for you in your container. In your larger container, here we're really just thinking about how to create our spacing so that that we can get as much in here as possible, and that may take on a variety of different shapes. You can experiment and see whatever, if you're doing a concentric circle, or you're doing diamonds, or you're creating whatever shape works in your container. Now you're all set. Let's head inside before the rain gets here, and I'll give you some tips on caring for your garlic and harvesting. Phew! We made it inside before the rains. So now, as your garlic is tucked in and cozy and ready for winter, you can come inside and get cozy yourself. And maybe start cooking some garlic to keep yourself healthy through the winter. I wanted to talk to you a little bit about caring for your garlic, which actually is pretty easy. Garlic is a very low maintenance crop, and throughout the winter season and in the early spring, all you really need to do is look out for weeds. You'll definitely want to pull out any little weeds that you see. Garlic has a hard time competing with those weeds. And then in addition, once the plant starts to put on its leafy green growth, you can start a fertilizing regime. And so I'll show you some pictures of signals to look for in terms of fertilizing and getting ready to harvest. Leafy growth will start early in the year, and you can begin adding a granular fertilizer beside the plants in the early spring to help encourage that healthy leafy growth. Pick scapes when they've got 1 full curl, and stop adding any fertilizer by around mid-May to encourage the bulb to get bigger. When the lower half of the plant is dry and dead and the upper leaves are half dry, the garlic is ready to harvest. Shake off any loose soil and store the garlic in a cool, dry area out of direct sunlight. You can hang the garlic in bundles or braids if they're soft neck, or just set them on a tray to cure for storage. Well, thanks so much for spending time with me today and learning about growing garlic. I hope that you feel more confident, and I wish you the best in your growing adventures. And hopefully by the time you're ready to harvest your garlic, you get to do some of this. Yum.
cool.
Amazing. I'm so impressed with our colleague Marnie, and she did such a great job showing us how to grow great garlic. And I just wanted to point out that if you're using the garlic from the kit that you got from us, this is a silver skin white garlic, which is a soft neck variety. Just so you know, in case you were wondering.
Thank you, Sam. I just think it's so magical that you can take a garlic clove and get a whole head of garlic. It's just so magical.
Amazing.
I've done it just from garlic at the store before, although I have heard that you got to be careful with that, and that like maybe if you're going to do that, only do it in a pot, because if your garlic has, I forget what kind of mildew it is, but it's some type of mildew.
It's that powdery stuff that you see sometimes on the rootlets on
and it loves
garlic.
garlic and everything in the allium family, like onions. So if you take something from the store that wasn't that, like this is seed garlic, so this was grown specifically to be used to produce more cloves.
Yeah.
But if it was from the store, it could have this mildew, and once it gets into your soil, it doesn't leave for like 50 years.
Right.
So we wouldn't plant.
Wouldn't recommend that.
Wouldn't recommend that in a large area, but maybe in just a pot.
Maybe in a pot, that's fine. You're not going to infect your whole
garden. You're not going to infect your whole garden
if it's just in a pot.
Yeah.
You know, another thing Marnie wanted me to remind viewers who watched that segment is that in the video, she used straw mulch to put the bed to sleep for the winter. And she wanted to remind you that you can also use leaves, which are plentiful and free and available this time of year, just about anywhere you turn your head outside. So
free is my favorite
flavor. So leaf mulch is another way you can do that if you don't want to have to go buy some straw.
Love it.
Yeah.
I've been having so much fun. Thank you all for being here. This has been so great. Thank you to everyone who's watching right now. Thank you if you're watching later. We're going to try to save this video so you can watch it at any time. Some of these videos, like the video you just saw, Marnie's video on growing great garlic, and the video of the Clinkett family dancing, those were pre-recorded, and we will have those up on our YouTube channel after the festival, probably sometime next week or the week after. So you can watch the videos anytime.
Anytime you like. Yeah.
But there are some things happening today that are only happening today live.
That's right.
And one of those things is happening next.
That's right. We're going to learn.
Really excited.
We're going to learn how to make corn husk dolls from Sue Gibbs, who's a great friend of ours and a great friend of the farm. And she'll introduce herself, and we'll go in there with Sue in just a second. But yeah, one of the things that I wanted to mention as well is that if you are watching from home on a Fire TV or a Fire Stick, you may not know that there's an app in there where you can actually be watching this on your television. That's so cool. If I were not here, hosting the festival with Daniela, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be watching from home.
So if you have a Fire Stick
on my TV, and maybe a Roku too. I don't know if it works with Roku. It probably does. But
Facebook Live app.
There's a Facebook Live app on a lot of smart TVs that you could switch that over. So
I'm a Roku user.
I'm pretty sure Roku has it too, but don't quote me on that.
That's so cool.
Yeah,
thank you, Sam.
Sure. Should we go see what Sue's up to?
I think we can. All right, let's see if Sue's ready for us.
Let's go see if Sue's ready for us. I think she is.
And as we're panning, you're going to get to see a little behind the scenes action. So you see the farm behind us now. You're about to see behind the scenes where the rest of our crew is. Hey, Sue. We're going to come be close-ish to you, but you have your mask off, so we'll stay
She's
right
unmasked,
here.
so we'll stay over here 6 feet away. But
we're
not that we're afraid of
excited.
Sue. We were certainly not afraid of Sue. But we are excited to see how to make these amazing dolls that she's put together. So
yeah.
We,
are you ready?
Are you ready, Sue?
I guess I am.
Well, take it away.
Thank you, Sue.
Hi, my name is Sue Gibbs. I'm one of the founders and the co-chair of the Friends of the Rainier Beach Urban Farm and Wetlands, which is the grassroots community organization that got this whole project started. So I just want to get our corn husks started soaking in the warm water. So I want you to gather your supplies from your house. You don't really need a lot, either like a shallow bowl or a 9x13 pan like this one, and fill it about half full with warm water. And then go ahead and put your corn husks in there, kind of mash them down a little bit so they can soak there. And you want to also have a towel, because you're going to take those out of there eventually and dry them off. You want to have a pair of sharp scissors. I'm using like a little garden shears here because they're nice and sharp. It's easier for cutting the string with. And then you want to have your kit that you got that's got your corn husks and a little ball of twine there. I also have my own twine, garden twine that I use in my garden, and I had found some green twine there too that I thought would be a nice decorative touch. So I just wanted to share a little bit about myself with y'all before I got started while our corn husks are soaking. So everybody got their corn husks going in there. It's going to make them more pliable and easier to work with if they have been soaking for about 10 minutes. You don't want to soak them too long though. I found that out when I left them overnight, and they were like really too thick and hard to work with. So anyway, my history is I grew up in Iowa, the corn state. My mom grew up on a farm in northwestern Iowa. And so I have a lot of happy family memories, spending time on the farm with my grandparents and my 16 cousins. My mom was one of 6 children, so there were a lot of kids around visiting the farm. We would do things like making hay bale forts in the barn, or climbing the apple trees in the orchard, playing hide and seek in the cornfields, though our parents told us, don't go out in the cornfields, you'll get lost out there, because they were big. Ate a lot of corn, husked a lot of corn, had a lot of fun on the farm. My mom's ancestors actually came over from Sweden in the mid 1800s and settled in Iowa there, in the northwest part of Iowa. Times were pretty hard in Sweden at that time. There was an economic depression in Europe. There was a population boom. So it was harder and harder for there to be enough land as the family farms got divided to hand down to the sons. And so there were also a series of devastating crop failures at that time too. So all of this instigated a boom in immigration to the United States then. So thinking about that a lot, about my family farm, and our family was really proud of the farm, that it was what was called a heritage farm, which meant it had been continuously farmed by the same family for over 100 years. In fact, we had the original land deed to the farm. So my family was always really proud of that. But over the last few years, I started thinking about land acknowledgement and what that meant. My family benefited and were privileged to be able to settle on that land and make a good life. On land that had been previously occupied by indigenous tribes. In particular, their area was occupied by the Dakota Sioux. But also the state of Iowa is named after an Iowa tribe, which I didn't realize until just recently when I was starting to look up information about what tribes there were in Iowa. And I was like, oh my gosh, I don't think I ever learned that in school, that the state of Iowa was named after the Iowa tribe. In fact, 26 states in the United States are named after native tribes or after you're using native words. So it's given me a lot to think about, and thinking about how to make some reparations for that. My family really benefited from settling on that land. In fact, my grandparents were able to send all 6 of their children to college for that. So they were able to go to school and make better lives for themselves. Let's see, I got to refer back to my notes to make sure I say everything that I wanted to say here. So the corn plant is native to the Americas, and Siwa, who's going to be doing the demonstration on atole making, is going to talk with you a little bit more about corn, the corn plant, and its cultural significance. But corn was a very useful plant. Not only was it a food crop, but also the corn husks were used for making all different kinds of things, woven into mats and baskets. The corn husks were used as kindling or tinder for making fires. And they made dolls and toys for the children. And the dolls were often used in storytelling to impart a lesson to the children. Indigenous cultures in North America have been making corn husk dolls for over 1,000 years. And then the early colonists and pioneers then learned that craft from them. So there's no one right way to make a corn husk doll. Its appearance is limited only by your creativity and your imagination. You can go on YouTube and look up, there's lots and lots of videos about this, as I found out in practicing and researching this, kind of went down that rabbit hole of YouTube videos and was just amazed at all the different cultures that have made them, the different tribes, Seneca, Iroquois, Cherokee. There's Mexican design dolls, Appalachian dolls, all different kinds, including some where they narrate a story as they showing you how to make the corn husk dolls. So that was a lot of fun. And some are very elaborate. I saw one YouTube video about a cooperative in Mexico, a women's cooperative, where they make the dolls as a way to bring some more money into their community. And it takes them like 2 hours to make the doll, but they are very elaborate, and they even do things like dyeing the corn husks and stuff. So really beautiful creations. There's just a few basic techniques to making the corn husk doll. And so I'll go over all of that, but just wanted to show you my progress so you don't feel shy or awkward about this. My hands felt really awkward when I was first trying to make these. These are my first attempts, pretty rudimentary. This was the next one. I got a little more elaborate, putting some braids on, even more elaborate, making a baby doll. This is the one I made last night with using corn silk for the hair and tying the hands together, holding a little broom, holding some vegetables there. And then last night, one of the YouTube videos that I saw was about kitchen witches made out of corn husk dolls. I thought, well, that's perfect. So I made a witch's broom and stuck that with that one. And then this is actually, though corn is native to the Americas, corn then traveled back to Europe. And so Europeans also used corn husk to make different things. And this was my mom's doll. It's a Santa Lucia, which is a Scandinavian tradition in December, where Santa Lucia comes in carrying a platter of food, usually baked goods, with candles on her head. Her candles are long gone. This doll's been in my family for a number of years. So lots of different cultures use that corn husk in many ways. So I think that's all I wanted to say about that. So let's go ahead and get started. I'm gonna have you just keep a close eye on my hands here. I'm gonna take the corn husks out and just drain them on this little towel here, kind of shake that off. I'm gonna try to go slowly enough so people can stay caught up. I'm a little bit faster at making these now than I was when I first started, but I'll try to keep it slow for you all that are new to this. I'm not a particularly creative person, so it did feel very awkward to me at first. So I just put a whole bunch of corn husks in the warm water so to have plenty to do with what I needed. And you'll see that some of them are more narrow than others, and some, the corn husk is thinner, some are thicker, some are wrinkly like this one. You're just gonna put these all out. You should have gotten about 10 corn husks in your little kit there. You can, if you want to do more with this, you can either buy corn husks from the grocery store. I got these from the grocery store, or you can make your own. I did this the other day. I just bought a couple of ears of corn, cut the butt end off, and then carefully peeled those off and carefully took the silk out and laid it out to dry. But you should have enough in your kit to make a basic doll. I'm gonna leave those in there because I think I've got enough. So first, we're gonna make the body. So we're gonna use some of the bigger ones, and we're gonna use a total of 5, but we're gonna use 4 big ones. Spread these out. And for the 5th one, we're going to use a smaller, more slender one, because that's the one that we're going to use for the hair. So something that's a little thinner and narrower. So that's the one that's going to go in the middle. And we just pile them all on top of each other like that. Okay, so now I'm going to cut several pieces of string just to have them handy, because it's a lot easier to just be able to grab one than to have to pick up your scissors every once in a while. So my hand span is about 8 inches. That doesn't need to be quite that long, a little bit shorter than that, maybe about 6 inches. So I'm going to cut about 10 of those. Maybe I'll cut a couple of green ones too, just for decoration. All right, keep your scissors handy because you'll be using that throughout the process. As you can see, this doesn't take a lot of supplies to make this, so it's kind of a fun craft. And for those of you that have little children helping you, I was thinking about this. I have a 5-year-old grandson. I thought, could he do this? I'm like, he could probably put these together, but I'm not sure about the tying the knots and stuff. He might not be so good, though he is really good at working together with small little Lego pieces. So, all right, so we'll take the first piece of twine and we're going to go down about 1 inch from the top. And I know that my thumb joint, my first thumb joint, is about 1 inch long. So I kind of just use that as a rudimentary measurement. So you can see I'm using my hands as measuring tool, which I do in the garden a lot too. Like I know if I want to plant something about 4 inches deep, I know that my finger is about 4 inches long, so I just poke that in there. So also tying knots, you want to tie them nice and tight, snug them up, because as it dries, they're going to shrink a little bit, so you want to stay nice and tight. So I'd use the old square knot and that rhyme that we use, right over left and left over right, ties a square knot, nice and tight. And then I'm just going to trim that off so it gets out of the way. And I'm going to trim the end a little bit too. All right. So the next part is to make the head with the hair. So you're going to take each corn husk and flip it back over. So you take these 2 big ones and flip it over like that, and then flip it like that, and then take the 2 on the other side and flip it like that. And what you're left with is that one slender one, and that's going to stay up because we're going to do something later with that to make the hair. So then you just kind of bunch it up together. You can kind of smooth it out. And then you're going to take another string, and this is going to be to delineate the head. So same thing, make a nice tight knot. Again, about 1 inch, a little over 1 inch down for the head, whatever you think is the right size for your head. And tie that off. And then snip that down, okay. All right. We're gonna leave the hair later. Now we're gonna make the arms, which we don't need quite as big a piece for that one either. I'm gonna cut that narrow end off. And we're just gonna tear that in half. You'll see why in a minute. So that each arm is equally fat, we're gonna flip one over. You see how I did that? These are both the narrow ends here. We're gonna flip it so there's a narrow end and a fat end on each side. And then we're just gonna roll that together. And I found that it's useful to just tie that in the center, which is gonna be hidden inside the body, just because it's a little easier to work with. Okay. And again, snip that off. And then we're going to go ahead and use a little thin one to make the hands. Same thing. And they're just going to be maybe about 1/4 of an inch down from the end. If it's a little uneven, don't worry about that, because you're going to just trim that off. Again, tie it nice and tight. I'm going to leave this string long because I'm going to show you something later with that. Same thing. Tie the other hand off. How's everybody doing? Is everybody keeping up here? Try to slow down a little bit. Okay. All right. So now to put the arm in place, we're gonna fold 2 of those up. Just slide that right in like that. There we go. And now we're gonna use another piece of string. For the waist. So you can kind of just decide about where you want that depending on how long your corn husks are, what the proportions. And again, just tie that off. All right, so let's go to the hair now. This is a little bit trickier. So I'm going to tear that corn husk right down the middle so you can have one braid on each side. And then you're going to take each of those and tear that into 3 equal parts. There's one. Okay. And we'll do the other one here. Just try to do it gently. They do tear down pretty easily. Okay, now I'm going to turn it around. It's a little easier to work the braids from this end. All right. So for braiding, most of you probably know how to do a braid, but you start with one on the outside and come into the center. Then you go from the other outside and come into the center, always taking from the outside, alternating sides. Just do your braid like that. If you're a really expert braider, you know how to do French braids, you could do that. I'm not that talented with braiding. But it was fun the other day when a couple of friends from the farm were helping to pack up the bags with the corn husks for y'all. After we were done, we sat down and we made a doll, each of us. And it was very interesting to see what people did for their hair. Marla did an updo for her hair, and Carrie made dreads for her corn doll. So that was a lot of fun. We had a good time sharing stories about our growing up, and Carrie in particular, her family, they were always doing crafts, they had a big family and keeping the kids busy with doing different crafts. So we'll just keep braiding. So that's the kind of fun thing about making these corn husk dolls. Is like everybody brings their own creativity to making these and their own ideas. And it's really fun to see what other people can come up with. So I think that's just about long enough. That's good. All right, so we'll take a small twine there. A little tricky to hold that braid together while you're moving the twine around. And you could use like a colored twine or some yarn or something to tie off the braid at the ends. That would look kind of pretty. And just trim that off on the end there. And we'll do the other braid. This is a little bit of a wet project, so you want to make sure that you've got some towels around to mop up the moisture and dry your hands periodically. You could also keep a little bowl handy for dropping your trimmings in so it's not such a messy cleanup at the end. Have everything almost done with the braid here. So there was a book that I really liked when I was a kid called Pippi Longstocking. And it was about a little orphaned Swedish girl who lived on her own with her animals. And she had wild red hair that she wore in braids that kind of just stuck out straight from her head. These braids kind of remind me of Pippi Longstocking's braids. Very fun book. Pippi was also a very independent little girl, living on her own. All right, there, let's trim that down. So these are kind of Pippi Longstocking braids kind of sticking out straight like that. So there's a couple of other things that you can do now. If you want your doll to be wearing a dress, you just can leave it like this. If you want your doll to be wearing pants, you can just either tear or cut like right up the middle. Go ahead and do that. And that makes the pants, and then you just tie them off at the bottom there. But this one's going to have a skirt. And you can make all sorts of other little accessories like an apron. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to use a couple pieces that are about this wide. And I'm going to put one a little bit too long there, so I'm going to trim that down. There we go. So we're going to put one on the front and one on the back. And we're going to tie those together, and I'm going to use the green this time. So this is a pretty forgiving material. If you realize, oh, that's not, coming out just like I wanted to, all you got to do is snip the twine and start over. I'm going to leave these long just as a little decorative thing. The other thing that you can do is make like a little shawl. So I'm going to use a little bit shorter piece for that. Dry that off. And again, tear that down the middle. And fold that in half. And I'm going to fold that up and over her shoulder and back down. Same thing on the other side. Crisscross and back down. And we'll take another green one and tie that around. Okay, so she's got a colorful belt there. And you can kind of like squish the head a little bit too to make it a little rounder. I'm going to trim off a little bit of this stuff. The last thing that I'm going to do is put a little headscarf on her. And again, you don't need anything very wide for that. Let's see. So I'm going to use 2 here. This is where it would be handy to have a third hand, but I only have 2. So just fold her braids down next to the side of her head. Kind of fold this over a little bit. Wrap that around her head. Turn that over. I'm not going to use twine with this. I'm just going to use the corn husk itself to tie it off. A little hard to get it on there just right. You can kind of scoot it down and tie it tight. Oh, I covered up her face. So now I got to pull that back a little bit. And just trim that off. There we go. All right. The last thing I want to show you is just one thing that I did with one of the dolls. This one here, which has got her arms folded, and I tied them together, and that makes it easy for her to be holding things like a broom, or, and that's some rosemary in there, but it looks like some vegetables there. So you just make a bend where the elbow would be. Here, because now I'm going to tie her 2 hands together. Oop. There we go. And then just snip that off. All right, and there she is. Let's pick up the little baby doll for her to hold. And there we go. And there's our little corn husk doll. So have fun with your crafts and enjoy the rest of the day. Thanks very much for joining us.
That was so cool, Sue. Thank you so much. I am super excited to go home and make my own. I love that she's holding the baby. Okay, so we are gonna have a little quick interview with Sam over in the kitchen. Get to see a little bit more behind the scenes. Please don't judge our mess. We have a pretty cool kitchen here at the farm. And we're in here because the next thing we're going to be doing is making Mexican atole, which I'm very excited about. Sarah's linking up with Sewa right now. And so if you are at home, now is a good time to mosey on over to your kitchen if you want to follow along. If you want to just like watch us from your couch, you can do that too.
Make it later.
Make it later, but
Whenever
I'm starting
you're
to get hungry, and I was thinking that Sam and I can make some atole along with Sewa's video.
Sounds good.
But before we do that, I just wanted to say it's been really nice doing this with you today.
Likewise.
I like your hat.
Thank you. Thank you, Danielle. This is my Rainier Beach hat I wore today, especially for this occasion.
Nice.
Yeah.
What's your connection with Rainier Beach? How long have you been around the area?
Well, I've lived in Rainier Beach for about 15 years, I guess, and have been at least peripherally involved with the Rainier Beach Urban Farm since its inception, which we'll talk a little bit more about with David and Sue's at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
But, I don't know where you first had atole, but I first had atole in Guatemala.
Wow.
And there would be carts out in the morning when you could smell the lovely sort of sweet corn and cinnamon, and you could go buy a big glass of hot sweet atole for breakfast. And it felt so nourishing and delicious. So I'm excited to see Sewa's recipe in action here as well. But what about you?
You know, I think the first time I had atole was probably in a restaurant in California. My mom's side of the family is Mexican, and atole is not something that we make very often, which is why I'm super excited about learning how to make it today, so I can try to bring that tradition back to my family. Because as we know, sometimes moving to the States, certain traditions and things can fade away, and in order to survive that assimilation, like what earlier on Ken Workman was talking about, how there's this fear associated with holding on to some of our traditions. And one thing that I've been really empowered with lately is that I feel like there's this new wave, new generations who are trying to reclaim ancestry and reclaim heritage for the benefit of our soul, our bodies, our diets. And that's one thing that we're going to do today, is have that moment of like reclamation. You don't have to be Mexican in order to enjoy atole. We're going to be sharing it with everybody. And let's see, I just want to say, like, how, again, like, this is just so special that we're doing this Harvest Festival today on the farm. We're really sad that we couldn't have a big crowd here today, and really happy that those of you are watching with us. And looks like we got the good word that Sewa is on with us.
All queued up and ready.
Let me just show you what I want to have in the kitchen. She might go through that with you as well, but you're going to want to have at least a pot and a whisk. You'll also want to have the masa that was in your kit. If you probably have some, you might have masa already at home, like if you're making cornbread or something. Masa is like a little bit more, this masa is a little bit more fine grained than something you might make cornbread with. Some of the masa that was in the kit was wet. You might have found this bag. The wonderful store that we got the masa from, they grind it every single day, and they prepped it for tortillas. so it's wet with lime and water, and Sewa said that's going to be fine.
It will still work for this recipe.
It'll still work for the atole.
So don't worry if it looks a little damp.
You'll want to have some milk on hand, maybe some vanilla, some canela, which is cinnamon in Spanish, and we're excited to share this with you. Thank you so much for being here, and we're going to be turning it over to Sewa Yuli in just a moment. Sewa Yuli uses they, them pronouns, and they are in San Diego. They're not here with us on the farm today. They're down in San Diego. I virtually met Sewa through another wonderful event where they were doing atole. And birth. Sewa Yuli is a whole body birth and body worker. They use traditional ancient methods from Mexico. They are from the Yueme tribe, and they have been in school to become a midwife as well. So Sewa has an amazing background as both a culinary expert. They have their own business where they do, what's it called when you bring food to people? Catering, that's catering. The word.
That's one word for it.
Sewa does medicinal catering, which is amazing, as well as being a body and birth worker. So I'm super excited to be able to introduce you to Sewa today. Thank you, Sewa, for being with us here on Facebook Live, via Zoom, via the internet interception, and hopefully on YouTube later.
Yes, indeed.
We're going to turn it over to you.
Take it away.
Unmute this. All right. Hi. Could y'all hear me? How's the sound? Okay, just want to make sure the sound's okay. Can I get a thumbs up for sound? Yeah, okay, awesome. Hi, well, buenas tardes, Kualitonali. Good day, everyone. My name is Sewa Yuli. I'm currently in Kumeyaay lands, also known as San Diego, My ancestors come from Sonora, Mexico, and Michoacán, Mexico. Both of my parents immigrated to the U.S. and I was born in California. I got raised with a lot of my culture, you know, still. And this is atole is something very, very precious to me that always takes me back to my grandma's and my roots. And so I'm really happy today to all right. Let me see if I can see everyone here. Let me just do a check. Can y'all hear me? I just need to know. Good. Okay. All right. So yeah. So this always takes me back to my grandma's. It's a very nurturing, warming drink. And atole is a Nahuatl word which basically translates to like liquid corn. It's a very, very ancient, one of the most ancient drinks since we started to harvest our corn. And so today I have here with me, I know some of you have some of the wet atole, which is actually, that is the original way that we started to do atole, was through the whole process of nixtamalization. So nixtamal is it's a corn process. It's when we gather our corn. When the corn is dry, you know, we take all the kernels off and then we boil it with lime, which is a mineral, which is also called cal in Spanish. And the lime is pretty much like fossilized seashells. That's pretty much what it is. It's pretty, you know, bogus when you think about it, you know, like that our ancestors were able to figure out how to process that corn in order for us to digest it. So when we do that processing part, it takes, like, there's a little film on the corn or on the kernel that if we were not to process it in that way, we wouldn't get any of the nutrients, and it would be really hard. It would be heavy on our stomachs. It would really hurt us in the long run. So when we do the nixtamalizing process, it allows God brings out all the nutrients that it has, and then it also breaks down that film so then our stomachs could digest it. So yeah, I just wanted to share that part. So what they would do is, boil the corn for a few hours, and then you close it. And then the next morning, you kind of leave it seeping in there for about 24 hours. And then you rinse it and wash it. And then you grind it. And so I have some tools here that I want to show you. This is just a little bit of the history of atole. And so before, we are now what I call high-tech Toltecs. Let me see if I could do this. Switch camera. Oh, there you go. So we would grind it in what is called a metate. And some people still do it. Like I have aunties in Mexico that still grind it in this way. And this is called a metate. And so you put the corn in here and you grind it. And so see, those are some of the ingredients. Today, I have just the blue corn meal. And this is from the blue corn that I grew. This is Southern Ute corn from Colorado. I've just harvested it this year. I have about 5 cups of almond milk, and you can use any kind of milk. For me, I can't process dairy too well, so I use almond milk. You can use coconut milk, or you could just use water or dairy milk, whatever you prefer. I also have a few different types of sweeteners. This is the kind of traditional sweetener in Mexico, piloncillo. It's like a smoked brown sugar from Mexico. I also have some honey here. So whatever you prefer, some cinnamon. And these are the tools that I use. I usually use a whisk or a molinillo. And molinillo is traditionally used for chocolate. It's the original mixer. And so I like using more natural tools like this because it just allows me to have it just feels more of a connection with that food when I'm making it, when I'm putting my intention, my prayers, you know, it feels more natural, and this is more traditional. But this also, the whisk works amazing too. I also use it. I use both. So I'm going to show you what I did. So what I did for 1 cup, this is about a cup and a half, or I think it's actually 1 cup. It's just really fluffy. It's one cup of cornmeal, or you can use 1 cup of masa. So if you have the masa, you're gonna put your masa in a cup, in a plate like this. And then give me 1 second. I'm gonna get some of this almond milk, and I'm gonna put it in here like that. Okay. And then let me take this stuff out of the way here. And so you could use your whisk, or I like to use a fork. Ooh. Okay. And so this is if you have the wet masa is gonna look it's a little bit more dense. You know, this is cornmeal, but you just add a little bit of the liquid to liquefy that masa that you have at home. And so what you do, you want to prevent the clumps. So you never want to add your atole into boiling hot water because they'll get clumpy. So I'm mixing it here, just like that. And so you don't see any more clumps. So I have on the stove top. This is kind of my little trick, and I'm going to share it with all of y'all. Normally, you just put it cold and you start from warm, your low heat to higher heat. What I do is I put 1 cup of water in the pot and a cinnamon stick. So I have the cinnamon. I really, really like cinnamon. So I do that. See, there's a little bit of more clumps, so you just kind of check it out. Make sure there's no clumps in there. I do that so I can get like a lot of cinnamon flavor. So you're basically making a cinnamon tea. Okay, so once you get your masa, if you have 1 cup of masa, for 1 cup of cornmeal or masa, it's gonna be 5 cups of liquid to the 1 cup, depending on how, and that should make about like, I would say around 5 servings. Small servings, of course. Okay, there we go. So I have my tea going on over here. There we go. And so what I'm gonna do, because I don't want it to be too hot, I'm gonna go ahead and so there's 1 cup of cinnamon tea going on in there, and then I'm gonna put my almond milk, and it's cold. And so I'm gonna now I'm gonna add my cornmeal in there. Just like that, and you gotta be really quick about it. You're gonna whisk it. And this is the most important part of the atole. You know, this is the most important part. This is the part where my abuelita, my grandma, would share with me that, you know, you have to stay with your atole. You know, this is all like little pieces of cinnamon in there that you see. And you pretty much stay with your atole until it's cooked, because it'll stick really easily. And you're gonna start with like a kind of like a medium heat. No, you want to do too high. And then you go higher a little bit as you go, and it'll cook it a lot faster, but you have to stay with your atole. And so my grandma would tell me that to always have good thoughts, you know, that with your atole, have good thoughts, or whatever ways, you know, that you like to put your intentions through prayer, through singing, and just feeling good, and you transmit that into your atole. And atole is such a sweet, kind, like loving drink, and it's kind of like the embrace of a grandma. Like when your grandma hugs you, your abuelita, you know, you feel warm, and it's just like really kind. And so atole is kind of like that. When you drink it, it makes you feel good. And you know, I drink it all year round. I really do, even on hot days. I just really like it. And this is a great postpartum drink. Especially for Indigenous folks, you know, this is something that really that is part of our ancestral diets. One of our main things. Our corn is something very important to not just our diet, but our cosmology and our spirituality, because we have, you know, and different tribes have their own creation stories, but they're all like relevant, you know, and it's really how it connects us to nature and things like that. And so it's a very special drink. And so in different regions of Mexico, they make it differently. They use you could use chocolate, a cacao, and put it in here. You could use vanilla. You could even people even use like oatmeal or bananas, different fruits. And what they do is they like blend it, their fruit, and then add it into the atole. So you can get creative and pretty much add any type of flavor that you want, any type of you know, sweetener that you want, and you know, it's up to you how you want to get creative with it. I like it traditional, like this is my favorite way, just with the blue corn, and it's cinnamon, almond milk, and I use piloncillo, or you could use honey or sugar, or even maple syrup too, that works too. So this is gonna take about, I want to say about 20 to 25 minutes. So I know that I don't want to stay here the whole time stirring with y'all. But I also wanted to share that you can make atole with just oatmeal. You do the same thing. You're going to do a little bit less than I would say a little bit less than a cup. I'm not really good at measuring things because I cook very intuitively. But just by guesstimating, you know, it's just a little bit less because it gets a little bit more thick, the oatmeal. So I put my oatmeal, a cup of oatmeal, in my Vitamix and make it into like a oat flour, and then I do the same process with the milk. And that is another drink that I also grew up on, and a different oatmeal atole, and that's also really good to help birthing postpartum parents that are chest feeding. It helps support with the lactation. It's really good too. And you could also add sesame seeds, or make sesame, I usually put it in my Vitamix too, and just kind of make like a powder with it. So it's all liquid. So also, I don't know if anybody has questions, that wants to ask any questions, that I could maybe go over any other steps that might seem that I missed out. This is probably like maybe the third time I do this without seeing an audience, so forgive me. I'm doing the best I can here. Okay. So this is we've done about 5 minutes of stirring it. It's already getting a little thicker, if you see. And so if you like it more like you could eat it like a porridge. In Indian country, you know, people call it corn mush, you know, and eat it with berries and different fruits and nuts. You can, you know, just less liquid, or you know, if you like it a little bit not as thick, you know, the consistency, you could just add more almond milk. So this one's getting a little thick already. So this is pretty much what you do the whole time. You stir it and stir it. I'm gonna add some sweetener in a bit. You can add the sweetener in the beginning or towards the end. I usually do it towards the end. There is no right or wrong way to do that. So it's already looking more like a porridge. So I'm gonna add a little bit more liquid. Okay. So just gonna add a little bit more, let's say, into about a cup. I'm adding water right now, so you could, you know, add more milk or more water. It doesn't really matter. Right.
Ayla, this is looking so beautiful.
There you are. Thank you.
I don't know if you can hear us over at the farm, but
I can hear you now.
We're loving watching this process, especially with the blue corn.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's basically the same process. If they have the masa, did you hear that? I don't know if you heard that first part. You just add liquid and you know, and then just add it in here. Because that's really the original way of making atole, was with the masa.
Yeah, we had a great, nice. We had a great question. Someone wanted to know if you grind your own masa.
I do. I do grind it. I just got a cornmeal, so that's how I'm gonna start doing it now. But I grind it sometimes on the metate, but it's a lot of work. So you can imagine, for you know, cooking in high volumes, it's a lot of work. So I was sharing earlier, I'm a high tech Toltec, so my Vitamix is pretty awesome, and so I just throw my corn in there, and it just like makes it to a really nice flour. And then after that, the process after that is I toast it, and then I add, because it's not nixtamalized, I use juniper ash, with something that my Dene relatives shared with me in their techniques, you know, which also does the same thing, breaks down, you know, that film in the corn, and it helps you digest it so you don't get bloated, you know. So that's one of the process. So yeah, this is the corn. So I pretty much, what you do this. This is like the harder way of doing it, but now they have all these really cool gadgets, so you could, you know, just take all the kernels off the cob. I do it by hand, and then just kind of do this part. I'm not gonna do too much because then all the corn go flying everywhere. But yeah, I do grind it, and now that I have my handy dandy cornmeal, I'm gonna be grinding in higher volumes and selling my atole packs on my website that it's coming up soon, and on my Instagram page as well. And I will also be sharing another workshop on atole, but this will be more in depth with our creation stories. It's for BIPOC folks only. We'll be sharing our corn creation story from the Nahuatl cosmology, and sharing a little bit more, doing a little bit more storytelling around the atole, because usually when we drink atole, it just usually brings people together and sparks up like conversations and, you know, memories. And so, you know, right now I just wanted to share at least how to, you know, to make it. And if there's any other questions that anybody else has, I'm more than happy to answer while I'm still on here. Well, we still have time. I'm gonna check out the atole. Remember, we can't leave the atole alone. It's looking really nice now. If you don't have cinnamon sticks, you can also use cinnamon powder. That works too. It's not the same. It doesn't have, for some reason, the canela that I get from the Mexican market, just, I don't know, it's just like what I'm used to, but it's my preference. But if I don't have any, I will use the cinnamon powder.
I'm so excited to hear that we can grind our own corn and make our own masa. I love that. And I love that like modern indigenous touch with the Vitamix.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's very helpful. But yeah, that's why I got my cornmeal grinder, because it's definitely just has more power to grind it in a little finer, and to make masa for tamales, to make for tortillas and all the other wonderful things that we like to use our masa for, like sopes, huaraches. There's so many variations of ways to prepare our corn masa dishes.
Just so people know, we want people to know that we put in the comments your Instagram, Mizantico.
Mm-hmm. Awesome, thank you. Yeah, you guys can add me, Mi Chantico, on Instagram, and sometimes I share recipes, and I'm actually working on a cookbook right now. It should be out hopefully by the spring of next year. It's my first time doing anything like that. Most of my cooking is, my abuelas, my mother, my grandmas, like they would, they didn't write recipes down. Everything was just kind of like, oh, just add this, a pinch of that, and just kind of just intuitively just add the things that, these recipes go by. And I've learned that way. And that's how I acquired a lot of my knowledge, just from trial and error and smells and taste, and just, and just remembering those flavors, like what is, it needs a little bit of this, needs a little of that. So this cookbook is going to be, it's a really, kind of a prayer come true for me, to bring in these recipes, to other folks and sharing them in that way. I actually just made a big pot here of this traditional stew that from our tribe. It's a yoreme. It's called wakabaki. And yeah, it's my first time making it. I didn't dare before make it, because I was like, oh, it's going to be so hard to compare it to my grandma's. But I tried it, and it's actually pretty good. It's pretty on point. So I'm all about encouraging people that are not, that maybe are a little bit, have those fears around or insecurities in the kitchen, and they're like, well, I'm not a chef. And it's really not about that. It's really about having fun. It's about connecting with the food, and having those relationships, with what we eat, and how we eat them, and preparing the meals. It's a whole ritual. It's a ceremony. So if you guys are all interested, please add me, and you'll know more as time comes, and I'll be sharing with folks, when I'll be coming out with the book. And sometimes I share recipes too, or just stories around food. All right, this is looking good already.
That looks great. And I don't know if you know this, Sewa, but after, when you're done in like 5 minutes or so, we are taking a lunch break. And we wanted you to be right before the lunch breaks.
Oh, nice. Awesome. Yeah, well, I hope if people are making this at home right now, just you could also chill it, and then have it like a acai bowl in the morning, because the consistency will get a little thicker. And if it gets thicker and you want it in liquid form, you just heat it up and add more liquid. But you can add it when you chill it. It'll get kind of like almost like jello or pudding. And you serve it in a bowl, put your berries on top, your chia, your hemp seeds, whatever, stuff you like to put on top, and some honey, even granola. And that's your food for your breakfast, your nutrients for the day. And,
Yum, I need more good meals for breakfast.
Mm-hmm. This is a good one.
We have a question from someone on Facebook Live. Awesome. They're asking, how do you know when it's done?
Great question. Yeah, so you have to do a taste test, So that's why when I share with people, it's really, like if it's too grindy, or too grainy, I'm sorry, you know it's not cooked. It's done when when it's already soft. So I'm going to get a spoon and check on this one. It's almost done. It probably needs like 10 more minutes. We started maybe a little bit after noontime. And you just know. And it's like your preference. So some people actually like it grainy, and so they don't cook it all the way. And if you keep cooking it and cooking it, it's going to get mushier and it just expands more. And then, so it's really about preference. You know, some people will, in certain tribes, cook it a different way. And if you don't drink milk like me, you can add an element of fat in it, and it gives it another, like, just another, I don't know, like the consistency. It's just more creamy. So it's like this, adding this other dimension to it. So I do eat butter. You could add coconut oil or margarine, like vegan butters. So I usually put about a tablespoon of butter for that amount that we made per day for 1 cup of cornmeal. Or you could add more if you like, you know, your stuff, you know, you like butter, you like the fat, you know, go ahead, play around with it and add more. I add the butter, and that is like right there. That's really that's my favorite part. I don't always share that with people, but it's really good. You know, it's not traditional, but it's, I don't know, it just makes it really yummy and creamy, because I was used to having it with milk. And so when I started using like the almond milk and the coconut, I was like, it's missing something, that's the texture. And so, yeah, the butter was something that my comadre shared with me, and it really made a difference.
Yum, I might try maybe a little coconut cream, coconut fat.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's good stuff. So yeah, if there's any more questions, I'm more than happy to ask, or if people think of something, please follow my page, and more than happy to support people who are trying to make atole for their families.
Would you mind pronouncing your Instagram one more time? It's so beautiful.
It's me_Chantico. It almost sounds like a CH, is how we pronounce it. It's a Nahuatl word. It means the home fire. We have 4 different types of sacred fires, and each of them have their name. And the Chantico represents like the hearth, like the home fire, the one that nurtures the family, that you know, brings the warmth and family together. You know, it's like the core of like the home place. So me, MI_Chantico, XANTICO.
Thank you so much, Sewa. This has been so lovely, and such a treat to have you here with us through this like crazy internet interception. I've been thinking about that crazy movie a lot recently. It's like, we're bringing you from San Diego into Zoom, and then that's going to Facebook Live where everyone's watching.
Yeah,
and
so we're going. I'm just going along with it. You know, I'm going along with it.
Thank you so much. Do you have any closing words for us before we head out to lunch?
Well, I just want to say thank you to you for just reaching out and wanting to, you know, do this share this with your community, and for asking me to do it. I feel very honored, and I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to share this ancient drink, you know, that is also very healing, you know, and especially if you identify as an Indigenous person, this is something that really activates our cellular memory. It's something that helps us remember who we are and our stories, you know. It really it does something when we eat it, you know, and it connects us to our cosmology. So just grateful, you know, to have this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sewa. Thank you so much. Gracias. And I hope to talk to you soon. We'll stay connected, and when your book is out, we will post it on our farm page for everyone to see.
There's Suze.
All right.
Awesome.
Ciao.
Thanks, everyone. Have a beautiful day. Enjoy your atole.
Well, I don't know about you, but that made me really hungry. What about you, Daniela? You getting a little peckish here?
So excited for lunch.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think we should make some atole during lunch?
Maybe we should. Either way, whatever we decide and whatever you decide, we'll be back with you in about half an hour with a tour of the farm.
Yeah, so we're gonna take a break. We're gonna let the cameramen sit down. We're gonna let our audio guys sit down. We're gonna sit down. We hope you get off your screen for a half hour and come back and join us at 1 o'clock where we're gonna do an awesome farm tour. And we'll see you then.
See you then.
Bye.
Ben, can we charge that little thing? We might as well throw that on.
It's been charging lower
the whole time, so it doesn't need to. It's good. Okay. You know, really the only thing I need to charge is that on the gimbal. Oh my God. That's how you know it's live, right? That's right, the proof. We're worried about you. Not to be worried about you guys' lapels, but you're more worried about me.
Yeah, when you unplug the thing, then it went to the phone audio, I think.
Yeah. Oh, that's what it did. Guys. I'm ready to, we're gonna start video. We're going straight to the live tour.
Yeah. Are we live?
Yes.
We're live. We're back.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody.
Can you see us all?
Well, I can't get all 4 of you in this frame unless we're shoulder to shoulder. I got these 3 right here.
That's okay.
Okay.
Hey, thank you so
See me.
much. Did you have a good lunch? I truthfully haven't had a chance to eat yet, but my food is ready for me to eat when we're done with this awesome farm tour. I want to introduce you to some awesome people. We've got Suze.
Hi.
And I'm going to let you pronounce your last name.
Yeah, Gebrsadik. Suze Gebrsadik.
And David Reyes.
Hi.
And they're going to be leading us on a farm tour today because we're here at Rainier Beach Urban Farm and things are confusing right now. We're in the middle of a pandemic and it's like we're here on the farm, but the gates are closed. And that's because we were afraid of people gathering in a really large number for the pandemic, which is why we're streaming over Facebook Live. So you're going to be taking a farm tour with us via your phone, iPad, or computer, or tablet, I don't know. And from Tuesday until Friday, 10 to 2, the farm is open. So hopefully you can come take the farm tour on your own and see everything that we're about to talk about Tuesday through Friday, 10 to 4.
Those are our pandemic hours.
10
to 2. Yeah. Normally we're open a little bit more hours than that throughout the week. But we'd love to. We always welcome the community to come see this amazing resource that's right here in the middle of Rainier Beach. And I'm old enough to remember when this was the Atlantic City Nursery.
Yeah.
Which was city property and still is city property, and but it was shut down in 2008 or so.
Yeah.
And David, I'm gonna just ask you to tell us how did it grow from a shut down city nursery to this beautiful urban farm, this vibrant community resource that we have today?
Great, thanks Sam. So I'm David Reyes, and I'm actually one of the founders of the farm, along with others. And the space that we are here today, just to kind of come back to, if you were with us this morning with Ken Workman, that this was Duwamish land, and that this traditional land actually originally was underwater. So if you kind of like look behind us to this little ridge over here, past the kitchen, this used to be an island that the Duwamish people had a village on until the white settlers came and Pritchard Beach became a community. Now, way back when, before this was an island, this was underwater. So this is actually all reclaimed land. And when the ship canal was built and opened, and the lake was drained from there in like 1916 or something like that, that's what happened, and this was all created. So then, of course, when this became city property, this was the Atlantic City Nursery that propagated plants for the city parks. Of course, then in 2008 or so, they closed. And neighbors, our original, I would say, founding leaders, Harry Hoffman and Peter Masandiri and Yolanda Gil Masandiri and others came together to say this space should become an asset for the community, and it should be one that could be converted into an urban farm. So the concept and the idea for that came from actually neighbors in this community. And at that point, there were about probably 10 of us who lived in this neighborhood that came together and decided that we needed to make that dream happen. And so we reached out with then Tilth, Seattle Tilth, now Tilth Alliance, to be our partner in asking the city to propose that. And so in 2009 and then 2010, we were granted the the privilege of being able to use this space as a community farm. And the vision, which is continuing to grow, has been about a space to gather as a community, to celebrate our diversity, to break bread and grow food together, to also feed and nourish our community. As we know, we are one of the most diverse communities in the state and even in the nation. And we wanted this to be a space where we could also help to grow our community. If you remember and heard from Ken this morning, you know, the Duwamish land and people, you know, they buried their peoples here, and their lifeblood really fed this community. And I feel like that's happening now, that we are as much a part of that legacy, but it's also our responsibility to be good stewards of this space. So we're going to also walk around and show you the spaces and the farm, and Susan's going to join us as well. So since then, we have, as you can see, come on in, Suze, done a lot of planting, and we're going to walk around to show you the different spaces. But you just think that at one point, this was just basically blackberries and reed grass. And so the community came together to basically by hand actually clean it up, actually do in-farm growing and harvesting that produced up to, at one point, 12,000 pounds of food in a year. Now we're getting back to that because we were closed for a while to do some refurbishing. And as you can see, the new classroom and teaching space behind us, that is also now part of what we can offer to the community in terms of classes, cooking, community dinners, and that sort of thing. So with that, we're going to walk around and show you more of the farm.
Yeah. Suze is the manager here, works for Tilth, and what's your full title again?
Yeah, so I'm the Farm and Youth Employment Project Manager. So yeah, I manage production and also any youth employment that we have here on the farm or with Tilth. I'm the person facilitating that.
Yeah. Suze is the one who knows what's growing on the farm, where it's growing, like basically anything that's happening on the farm. We all run to Suze to be like, what's happening? Or where's the burlap? Suze knows the answer. Can you tell us like something that people might not understand when they come to the farm is like, what's going on and where, like, how can people engage? Like, there's a lot of different sections to the farm that people may not know about. If you could give us kind of like, what section are we in now? And then we'll move to another one.
Cool. Well, we're currently standing in the learning farm. And so the learning farm is comprised of a few different areas. Right behind us, we have the U-pick, and we have different things growing in here. Eggplant, peppers, kale, chard. And so this is the first year that we've done this U-pick space. So it's just kind of a different way for folks to engage with the farm, so they can come to the farm and kind of harvest what they need. And it's also kind of an educational opportunity for folks to reach out to staff and ask kind of how to harvest things, want to know, kind of when things are ready to be harvested. And yeah, just also like a conversation point to get folks learn a little bit more about the farm.
So if I wanted to come and pick myself at the farm during our open hours, how would I pick the ground cherries?
Yeah, so with the ground cherries, I'm gonna pop over here. Usually you can pick up a vine, and when they're ripe, they normally kind of pop off the vine. So usually the brown husks indicate when they're ready. And when the ground cherry is kind of an orangish yellow, that's usually when it's ripe. And people say that it tastes similar to like a cross between a pineapple, an onion, and a chicken. So maybe if you've ever tasted a ground cherry, maybe comment below what you think it tastes like. But that's pretty simple. Usually, yeah, they're all laying on the ground. You don't even have to pull them off the vine.
What about the kale or the collards?
The kale. There's a scissor perfectly hanging out there. Yeah, so you can identify the kale plant. Usually you want to harvest the leaf that's like fairly big. You want to avoid anything that's yellowing or has a ton of different holes. And you'll want to cut at the very base of, or the end of the stem close to the base of the plant. You can give it a little trim. There you go. That's almost a perfect kale leaf. and that's how you harvest the kale.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
Let's move over here so people can see where the U-Pick area is, because there are sections of the farm that we grow food for CSA and to donate, and we have to measure all of that stuff. So there's sections of the farm that we don't invite the public to harvest from, and this very special area where anyone can harvest from whenever we're open.
And there is some signage to help you identify that if you chose to take advantage of this community resource right here. So you can see the community U-Pick area sort of delineated that way.
Yeah, and we have signs coming soon that kind of give a breakdown on how to harvest each crop. So coming soon, look out for that.
What section should we move to next?
Well, should we go to the production field?
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
So, yeah.
Cool. Well,
So, go ahead. Well, so I remember when the very first days that this was just all overgrown. And so we literally, by hand, had a lot of volunteers. And I think that's the great thing, is that we rely on volunteers to help us do this work. And so that's part of the way that you can become a part of what we're doing. But as you can see, a lot of planting has been done, and this is basically our primary food production for the farm.
Yeah. So as David said, like, the bulk of our produce comes from this production area. We have a ton of different crops growing, and all of our kind of practices are organic, so we don't use any herbicides or pesticides. And honestly, we don't have to try too hard because the soil is super rich in nutrients. So yeah, we're really lucky that our produce is always like super hardy and lush and green. Any of the produce kind of grown in this space is either used for our CSA, sold at our farm stand, or donated to like community-based organizations or food banks kind of in the area. And so yeah, maybe when we walk further down, you'll see we have some space covered in black plastic, but we're hoping to continue expanding so that we can supply more food to the community and folks.
Yeah, and can you share that we have some really great programs to make the food, even though this area Sue's and dedicated volunteers will harvest from, and this is not an area where general public harvests from. We try to make sure that everything we grow here is accessible to the community. And like the farm stand, which was going on all summer long and just ended this past Thursday, the farm stand took fresh bucks, EBT, and gave up to $20 for free if you didn't have any of those programs, or if you did, we could give up to $20 of produce for free, which went a long way at the farm stand. And the CSA, I don't actually know how the CSA ran. If you wanted to, this was our first year, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it's the last day of our CSA was about September 24th. I think we had to extend 1 week because smoke and things like that. But folks were able to register or sign up for the CSA in about May, and then we launched June 18th. So it was throughout the entire summer. And it was a CSA of about 30 people, and we're hoping to maybe expand that next year. But yeah, it went super well this year, and I hope that we get more folks signed up.
And just in case it wasn't clear, Suze, who you're talking to right now, is the one who grew all that food. Yeah. So thank you, Suze. Yeah. Yay. Let's go see it all.
Yeah. Do you happen to know, Suze, off the top of your head about like acre wise? Is this about a half an acre or 3/4 or 1, or how, do we know?
I think I don't exactly know the number, but I think it is close to an acre in cultivated space.
Yeah. Yeah. So the total space of this farm is around 8 to 10 acres. And as you're going to see, there's also a lot of wetlands, and that's the other part why we are Rainier Beach Urban Farm in wetlands, because there are natural wetlands that were created when the lake bottom basically drained out. And as soon as the land is very fertile and moist, and many years we don't have to actually irrigate, but certainly these last few years with drought, we've had to do a lot of irrigation, but still it's very productive.
Everything's still looking so beautiful, Sue. Yeah, it is. And now that CSA and farm stand's over, this is when we'll be donating everything, right?
Right, yep. So I'll probably be donating a lot of produce to the Rainier Valley Food Bank, and then the Good Food Bag program also has some kind of donation streams or people that they're connected with that the produce will go towards too.
Cool. Oh, so this is the area you were talking about.
Yeah. So this area specifically is pretty intense with the weed pressure. So the black plastic will hopefully help to kind of have those weeds die back. Yeah, next year, my hope is that we have it all planted in. So that'll be a ton more beds and also more produce.
Should we take a quick walk past the wetlands and check out the orchard before we head back?
Before we put that past the bees.
Yeah.
This is wetland over here, and I don't know if you can tell, but where the trees break, that's Lake Washington. We have a ton of different native plants that are planted in this area. We have regular spirea,
And willows and cedar. And yeah, it's kind of like our forested wetlands that we're hoping to also continue to develop.
And we have had actually, so there's a lot of wildlife. Actually, you wouldn't think about it, but there's actually a lot of wildlife that have kind of come back. We used to have a lot of grasses, so we've had red-winged blackbirds. We've even also had, what do you call them? Beavers. Yes, thank you. Resident beavers. Yes, so there have been beaver lodge. And I know that earlier this spring, if you were here, you would actually see where they had been deciding to forage, and you would see little saplings that had been like gnawed off at. So it's great to have wildlife here, but they also have a tendency to kind of get in your way, but we let them be.
Right, we are the farm and wetlands. So
yes.
A lot of the work we do here is wetland restoration. Yeah. So you can actually come and volunteer to do wetland restoration with us. And I think it's really cool that the area we're walking through right now is not a stream that existed before the neighborhood was here, because again, this was underground.
Underwater.
Underwater. Could you imagine? This area back here, when the camera pans, you'll see this wooded area, and this is called a slough. It's a fancy word for a stream that's there sometimes when it's really wet. And the water that's there is coming from runoff from the roads, and it goes to the lake. So the restoration work that we do here is really important because it's cleaning runoff water before it goes out to Lake Washington.
And all the willows that are planted in the wetlands were actually propagated from just willow shoots about like 4 or 5 years ago. And now they're like 100 feet tall, which is pretty crazy.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So we're coming up on actually one of the things that was first, I would say unearthed, but actually rediscovered when we opened the farm was actually blueberry plants. So if you kind of pan to what would be my left, they're also kind of getting covered up now too because of the grasses and the bindweed, but blueberry bushes, and there's lots of productive blueberries that are there. And so we'll have to do some cleanup this fall and certainly into the spring to kind of re-release them. But
they were so delicious.
They are very delicious blueberries. Yep,
oh,
absolutely.
We have 5 minutes.
And then we have, of course, the orchard that was planted.
Yeah, so you'll find we have pears and plums, apples, cherries. We also have like one peach tree that tries its best.
It did pretty well this year, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Do we know what variety of apples these are?
Ooh, great question. Not off the top of my head.
We have a few different people who come in to help take care of the apples. We have a couple volunteers who've been working with us for a while, and City Fruit comes to help with the apples. So it's an example of an area of the farm that has been been taken care of by the community. There's a lot of different sections of the farm that are taken care of by different groups and organizations.
Yeah, so I would just mention that, there's an orchard steward program, and Janice Murphy, who is one of our volunteers and lives in the neighborhood, she helps to kind of coordinate that. So if you're interested, that's another way to become involved, is in the orchard steward program.
Cool, thank you, David. We want to point out that behind us, there's access to the farm when we are open. There's Beersheba Park right behind us, and Beersheba Park has really beautiful water access as well. And on the other side of Beersheba Park is a walk-in COVID testing station. So you could come get some veggies on the farm, go get your nose prodded, and have a great, productive day.
Just what I want to do. And I have, and it's not a pleasant experience. It is not.
We might not have time to get over to the bees, but we do have an apiary, and David is our apiary master. What's an apiary, David?
So an apiary basically is a space where we put beehives. So, you know, bees are actually not native to the Americas. They are also immigrants like the rest of us, unless we're from indigenous peoples. And so the bees help us pollinate the plants, the vegetables, the trees, because one of the things is that we know that our native pollinators are dwindling. They are also under threat. So it's another way we can help make sure that we get pollination for our plants and the vegetables and the fruit trees.
Cool.
Yeah. So we might be able to sort of walk maybe down the middle.
Yeah,
Does that sound like a good thing? Yeah. And I could just sort of point out where the bees are, and
then we'll be launching into the next segment.
So,
and
yeah.
the next segment, just in case we have to cut real fast, the next segment we'll be doing kitchen scrap mask dyeing. So if you have a kit and you brought it home, there are some beautiful organic cotton masks inside that kit, but you can use anything at home that's preferably white, although I used a pink sweater once and it worked okay. And the next videos are going to be showing you how to dye fabric using things that you already have in the kitchen, or things like cabbage that is in your kit as well.
The lovely purple cabbage in the kit.
So maybe as we're walking through, if you sort of pan over to the left, you can see the greenhouses. And we are trying to get some funding to get those refurbished so that we can actually increase our food production for the various programs. And then of course this is a field where we also have more blueberries, as well as that there were pumpkins and squash that were grown. So some of you got some of that in your bags and your kits.
So this year, fun fact, we grew 300 pounds of pumpkins and winter squash.
Yeah, that was so fun when we harvested them all.
So to my right here, we can just kind of peek in really quickly, but this is the apiary. And so we have beehives, and they're a little active because it's beginning to warm up a little bit. If you sort of pan in there in the front, you can see them. But we're getting them ready for the winter because we want to make sure they have enough food and they survive. And in our cold, wet climate, that can be a problem sometimes. But our goal is to have more hives in the future. So we'll actually have our own RBUFW honey. So that's our goal. And you can sort of see them. They're just kind of beginning to wake up, but they're also trying to forage and get some additional either pollen or nectar out there. But it's pretty late in the season, so they're actually getting ready to sort of cluster and hunker down for the winter. And that's one of the roles that I have as a beekeeper, is to make sure that they hopefully survive and make sure they have extra food.
Thank you so much, David. And thank you, Suze. This has been our farm tour. Again, our winter hours are 10 to 2 o'clock, Tuesday through Friday. And we hope to see you around. Next up, we have the kitchen scrap dyeing. So we're going to give it over to you, Sarah, to launch that video. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Peach. Welcome to the Kitchen Scratch Dyeing Project.
Hi, I'm Laura. My mask has been dyed with blueberry.
I told you a half hour is going to go fast.
Turmeric.
I was terrified when I was walking backwards.
You were doing that good. I wanted to get in front of you guys, but then I was like, I just didn't feel right. I was like,
Dyeing process. What you have given in your kit is instructions on how to use some of these very Hi, I'm Peach. Welcome to the Kitchen Scratch Dyeing Project.
Hi, I'm Laura. My mask has been dyed with blackberries.
And mine has been dyed with turmeric.
And we're going to show you how it's done.
Welcome to the food dyeing process. What you have been given in your kit is instructions on how to use some of these various vegetables and fruits and spices, things that you can find every day in your neighborhood, in your garden, in your grocery store, as something that you can actually turn into homemade dye by cooking these vegetables and then immersing your cotton masks right in the water that has been produced. What you see here are various selections that have been dyed and are now drying, so you get an idea of the range of color available with some of the things that are on the list that we've provided you.
Okay, go.
Hi. I'll lead you through the different colors that we got and also what we used in order to make that happen. But first of all, I wanted to just share with you what kind of tools you need. I have here a pan that doesn't have any iron in it, although iron could work. Aluminum also might change the color, so you just aware that whatever kind of pan you're using might add to the dye process. And what I'm going to show you first is when we dyed with cabbage, and I cut this purple cabbage in half and then in half again, so I used about a quarter of a cabbage. And then I did 3 different dyeings with the cabbage, and you'll see I have my gloves on just to protect my hands, but you'll need someone to cut up the cabbage with a sharp knife. And so what we have here is cubes of cabbage that are pretty small. We'll add water to this, and then we want to put the mask in it and simmer it. So you would just drop your mask in. You could put more than one if you'd like, the same color, and then you simmer it for about 1 hour to help to use the color that's in the plant and have it stick to the fabric. So what's amazing about that is that there's a lot of different ways that you can get different colors, and also the amount of finality to the color, whether or not it will actually stay in the fabric, is part of the experiment. So if you recall, what we had done before is we had used 3 different types of this red cabbage, and this is just the cabbage itself with hot water and cooked, and it really came out pretty true to the purple. Of course, it's very light, so we say it has no mordant, but what we're really saying here is that we've added a chemical that may have changed the pH. So this one, you might recall, was a lot stronger pink, the whole thing, before it started drying. We had added apple cider vinegar, about 1/8 of a cup to that quarter cabbage, and water to cover. And then this one had baking soda, and I put about a tablespoon of baking soda in the water. And this was a much brighter blue before. It's kind of turned a robin's egg blue. And so I wanted to show you some of the other things we've done. This one you haven't seen yet, but this was carrot tops. And in the process, I added what is considered a mordant. This is granulated alum that's used for making pickles, and you can tell because it has little cucumber pickles on the front of the jar. You can find this in with your spices and other baking ingredients. And same thing, I added probably about a teaspoon of that to the water as I was cooking it. And this is not a pretty color. These are the carrot tops. It's got a little bit of that carotene in there, but what really came through in the dye was this green shade. So carrot tops that you might save from big, long carrot tops that you would get at the farm. You recall we did some dyeing with onion skin. This is the water from the onion skin, and the first batch came out so pretty I decided to save the skin and put some more fabric in there. So that's what you're seeing in this jar. It's just sitting in there. I haven't even been cooking it. This is hops. Hops, as you may recall, is this plant right here, and this grows as a vine. It's used as a flavoring in beer and other things. Some people are using it in kombucha and what else? Cider, I think they're putting it in. Lots of beverages. And here I have it with, it's really turned to kind of a yellowish green. It's not a super strong color, but it's kind of pretty. So this really bright one back here is is turmeric. Turmeric is related to ginger, and it's possible for you to find turmeric root, and you could slice it and cut it and use it in the same sort of a dye bath as we did where we simmered it. It also can be found powdered in with your spices and other ingredients in the grocery store. And this is probably the strongest color. Turmeric is amazing. You actually don't want to get this on your other clothing because it might actually dye whatever it comes in contact with. This one's kind of a surprise. This is rosemary, just the herb that you're familiar with. It's a green herb, but when it's boiled down, it kind of brings on this more reddish color, which is unique compared to a lot of these other ones, so we wanted to include it. And it's also really in abundance in a lot of our landscapes. I know we have it at the farm and other places, so you might be able to find that without having to pay for it at the grocery store. Now remember, we did some avocado pits and skins. These are fresh avocado pits and skins that I've just thrown in this jar. But this one, these are the color that came out of the last dyeing that we did. And it's a little bit of a yellow tone, depending upon how much material you put in the water and how long you cook it. So in many cases, this would turn out a more beige or dark pink color. And then lastly, I have blackberries, and this is an interesting thing because we know blackberries will stain our clothing. So here we have it in the fabric, and it's just drying on its own, but it'll be interesting to see how true these colors are. It's important that you do wash everything out afterwards with, first rinse with cold water, and then maybe in your kitchen sink do kind of like fine clothing washables. You want to make sure that you use a really gentle soap, like perhaps this Dr. Bronner's, and then that should be your final color product at the end of all of this dyeing. And remember, if you don't like the color, you can dye it again. If it all washes out, go ahead and start another time. You have your masks, and it should be fun. And we'd love to hear feedback from you about how things work. Thanks so much. Hi, so tonight I'm going to show you how you can take your pasta, which I have pre-cooked here, and dye it in order to make it fun colors using the cabbage that you had already simmered on the stove like you had for doing your masks. I just picked a basic rotini pasta, and the directions say 8 to 10 minutes, so I undercooked it at about 8 minutes and then let it cool down a little bit. So meanwhile, I had been cooking my cabbage and strained it. So this is the water left over from the cabbage, and it comes out purple from the purple cabbage, and I've divided it into 2 bowls. One, which I'm going to put a tablespoon of vinegar, and it doesn't matter what kind of vinegar. This is apple cider vinegar, and I'm just putting a tablespoon in there and stirring it up. Look like it's changing the color a little bit. I might put a second one in. We're going for changing the pH so that it turns a kind of a reddish tone. And then on this other batch, I have baking soda, and I'm doing about 1 teaspoon of baking soda in same amount of liquid. It's approximately 3 cups. And maybe you can see this, it's starting to turn kind of blue. Can you see that blue color? It's definitely bluer than the other one. One red, one blue. So these are the two different additives that we use to change the pH. And then I have the cooked pasta right here. And I'm going to just spoon it in. I have my gloves on to keep it sanitary. And I'm going to let the pasta just sit there and soak up the color. I have a little bit more pasta here. I'll go ahead and do that with the other color, and we'll let it sit for a while and just see what happens. Both of these are still warm, so it should soak up and kind of continue the cooking for a little bit longer, and that's why I undercooked it, so that it wouldn't get too overcooked by sitting here in the liquid. And we'll leave it here for maybe about 10 minutes and then see what happens. Thanks.
So we're here. No? All right. We're here with Laura Rump, who you just saw in those videos. We're back on the farm. Thank you so much for making those videos.
Yeah, that was really fun. Yeah.
I don't know if any questions came through, but I was so excited about the dyeing because I've been wanting to do this myself. What was your favorite parts?
Just the mystery of it all, the experience you have of adding certain things like baking soda to alter the pH to be more alkaline, or vinegar to alter the pH to be more acidic. You saw that with the purple cabbage really well. It just immediately changes color. And then what I thought was interesting is that, so we did the cabbage with no additives, and then we did one with the baking soda and one with the vinegar. And those two, with the vinegar and the baking soda, the color actually did not last very long. Yeah. However, the one that was just in the jar with plain old purple cabbage, it took a long time for the color to set, but it lasted longest. And it was a really beautiful color too.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
Had you done much natural dyeing before?
No, actually I haven't. The one thing I have been working a lot with recently is with indigo, which you see right here. So this is Japanese indigo, which you find mostly in temperate zones like Asia. It grows really well here in the Pacific Northwest. And then there's a different kind of indigo that is grown in Africa and in hotter regions. Actually, it was grown in parts of the south of the United States years and years ago, and it did well there. But so this is Japanese indigo, and so we, with a group of friends, did some dyeing. You can see it starts out green, and then it eventually turns your fingers blue. So I'm kind of working the leaf here a little bit as we speak. And what you do is you just take the leaf and you massage it, maybe with a little water, and the juices release, and then you can dye anything. And so what we did was face masks, and we experimented with some cloth. So Daniela here.
This is the sweater that I made with all that beautiful blue. The sweater was originally pink, like a very bright pink, but after washing it with vinegar so many times, it lightened. But this beautiful blue I made with Laura teaching us how to dye with indigo, and we used some salt too that day.
That's right. Yeah, we used a salt method, which is just massaging the salt into the leaves, and then massaging your material into that. If you wanted to do something like wool yarn, and indigo takes really well to protein fibers, so things that like wool, silk are perfect for indigo. And but if you have some yarn and you don't want to have to mash it into the leaves, you can just make a bath of the indigo by grinding it up in a blender with some ice and water, because you want it to stay as cool as possible, because as soon as you start picking the leaf and exposing it to oxygen and kind of working it, it starts to release its indican, which is the compound that makes that releases the blue dye, the blue color. So you use cold water for that, and you make this bath, and it's kind of a mushy bath, and then you can dip stuff into that, and so it's much easier, say if you're doing a skein of yarn or bigger pieces of fabric, that sort of thing.
That's so cool. I love the idea of dyeing with natural fabric or with natural dyes, because I've heard people say that our skin is our largest organ, and if you think of your skin as an organ, it becomes really important to think about what you put on your skin, what kind of lotions you're using, what kind of oils you're using, what kind of fabrics you're putting directly on your skin. And I love the idea that when I'm wearing something, if I'm wearing something dyed with natural pigments, I might even be getting some medicine out of it. And we got excited when it was the Colored Girls Garden Club, which is a local 501c you can look up. And Laura was teaching us how to dye with indigo with the Colored Girls Garden Club. And we did a quick Google search and found out that there's some folklore that says that samurai used to wear naturally dyed indigo fabrics underneath their suits so that to reduce inflammation. I was like, that's just super cool to me. And another thing is like the food scraps, that not only are you doing something good for your body, but you're also saving money by and saving resources from the earth, because we're using things that were already from our kitchens or preventing waste from going into the trash. And like, so it also extends your dollar, which I think is really important for a lot of us these days, extending our dollar. You can take something that you're going to throw away and make something beautiful and valuable with it.
Right. Yeah.
What's your favorite thing that you made?
Let's see. Well, I did dye a bunch of yarn that I'm going to knit into a hat or something with the indigo. But we also did, we extracted pigments from flowers such as that calendula over there. It's a bright orange, as well as some other flowers. And what you do there is you pound the flower into, we did face masks again. And so basically you're just pounding this pigment into the cloth, and then you get this gorgeous, floral design on your face mask.
That's so cool.
Now
that was so, and it was also really cathartic to smash the
flowers.
flowers.
It was a nice way to preserve the flower too. You can do it on paper. In fact, you can do, use any of these plants for dyeing paper, and that's a little bit more permanent because you're less likely to wash it away. We also planted some sunflowers over here last spring, and one of them is a black sunflower. I think they call it a Hopi black sunflower, and so I'm looking forward to using that. I think that yields a purplish, or anyway, a darker color.
Ooh, nice. I have not even gotten a chance to watch the videos yet. Which kitchen scrap made the prettiest color?
Let's see. I would have to say,
surprising color.
I would have to say, well, the prettiest was blackberry, I think. That was gorgeous, and it really did yield that beautiful purple color, which will fade. But the most surprising was that we used rosemary, and that dyed our object pink.
Wow, like this rosemary that's growing right over here.
Yep. Yeah. So who would have known?
This is rosemary. It's rosemary's grows. People grow rosemary as like a landscaping bush.
Yeah.
In the Pacific Northwest, where I'm from in Massachusetts, it's hard to grow rosemary.
Right.
But rosemary loves the like hot, dry summers and the wet, cool winters.
Yep.
And so you can find rosemary all over the streets in Seattle. And who knew that you get pink dye out of rosemary?
Yeah.
That's so cool.
The other surprise, and this works really well is to save your avocado skins and peels, and that will yield a sort of a between a peach color to sort of a brick color, and it lasts quite a while. So that was a nice surprise as well. Who would have known avocado skins and pits are worth? I mean, it always makes me wonder who tried this. Who was the first to try? Who would have thought?
Like, how did you figure out that avocado pits could make a natural dye?
Right.
Maybe it was just the sort of thing that you like put it in the compost and you notice that the tissue paper that was in the compost turned a pretty color.
Right, right.
I love accidental, what's called serendipitous.
Yeah, right.
Moments.
And onion skins, they result in a beautiful golden color, as you saw in the video. What else did we do?
Well, we're about to have the kids walking through. Feel free to wave, everyone.
Hi.
We have a small group of, I guess it's not summer camp anymore, but campers here. They're split in 2 groups of 5. We are licensed to have groups of 5 right now for safety precautions. So that's one group of our kiddos who are being so nice and quiet because they know that we're filming today. And you do a really wonderful program here at the farm as well. Would you like to talk about that?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm actually a horticultural therapist, and sort of like art therapy or music therapy. I use plants, direct contact with plants in sort of reaching people's goals and objectives. So one of the groups of people that I work with here at the farm are some students from Rainier Beach High School, just across the street, who have developmental disabilities. Most of them are on the spectrum, the autism spectrum. And they have been great in coming up with ideas, but what we're teaching them not only is vocational skills, but also good, appropriate social skills, and just building their self-esteem, self-confidence, and reducing anxiety and depression. And so I also do some work with folks with dementia, and we've brought them here before as well. And I've worked with East African elders who come here on a regular basis for a work party. And I'm now working with a group of veterans at the Beacon Food Forest. So
that's amazing.
It's been really fun and very rewarding.
Yeah, that's amazing, Laura. Thank you for sharing your work, and thank you for bringing your work here to the farm. It's we just had a farm tour before your videos and your excerpt, and in the farm tour we were talking about how the farm has all these different sections that are being taken care of by different organizations and different groups, and Laura and the Bridges program is one of the groups that helped take the farm, and this is the area that Laura's program takes care of, is this indigo patch here. And what else do you take care of?
So up there is a trellis with gourds on it. So we seeded and planted and raised some gourds. Now we'll be able to harvest the gourds and craft them into, I'm not sure what we'll do yet. There are some in the shape of bird houses. So maybe we'll make bird houses, and some in the shape of round boxes. So maybe we'll cut them open and work with them that way. We've also got a couple of troughs up there where we planted, well, it depends on the season. So right now there's arugula and chard and collards growing in there. Yeah.
And I've tasted the arugula. I had some for my lunch last week, and it tastes so good. It was the pepperiest, most delicious arugula I've ever had. Like, so much better than the arugula in the store. And
but fresh, right?
Arugula is already my favorite green anyway to eat fresh.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
Mine too.
Let's look at, I want to just let the camera see the kids being so good over here, being quiet because they know that they're on set right now. Does anyone want to say anything to the camera? We're on Facebook Live.
Oh my goodness.
Hi.
You want
want to say
Hi, what you doing today?
hello? We're collecting ingredient ideas for our farm-to-table meal tomorrow.
Yeah. Ooh. And if there's parents watching who are thinking to themselves, I want my kids to come to the farm, how do they find out?
How do they find out? Can they go to our website?
Yes.
I think so.
And that's not the farm doesn't have its own website. That's Tilth Alliance.
tilthalliance.org.
Awesome. Thanks for saying hi, guys.
Hi. Hi. Okay, I see some tomatillos over there. Do you think those look right here? Oh, there's one right here.
So, thank you so much, Laura. And up next, what do we have next?
Wow.
Should we go inside to see what's coming up next?
I think we're fine right here.
Yeah?
Yeah. Because you know what's happening next is Carrie Thornton, our very own Carrie Thornton from Tilth Alliance, is going to show us how to make an amazing pumpkin recipe. And you know, I mean, what is it about October? I mean, you know, there's nothing more iconic about when the calendar shifts over from September 30 to October 1. This appears in everyone's brain that morning when you first wake up.
And it appears at all of the grocery stores.
All the grocery stores and
don't deny it. You know you've bought some really adorable gourds.
Indeed.
And
whether pumpkin or any other kind of gourd or squash.
I can't deny it.
I can't deny it either.
They're adorable.
They're fantastic. And what really, you know, gets me is that they're also delicious. They're not just to carve up and sit there rotting on your porch till, you know, November 15th. Or
exactly.
Maybe I'm saying more about myself than anyone else there. But anyway, I love to eat pumpkin, particularly in risotto or in a curry.
I've never had pumpkin risotto.
Pumpkin
that
risotto
sounds amazing.
Fantastic. I'll give you a recipe later.
Thank you.
But Carrie's going to show us how to make something that's just I've never heard of. It's kind of like a deconstructed pumpkin pie with a custard baked into the pumpkin. She'll show you some other tricks and tips to do with your pumpkin as well. And if you got one of our kits, you have one just like this sitting there at home ready for you to participate and follow along. So let's welcome Carrie Thornton.
Yeah, I'm excited. And if you're going to learn how to utilize all of those interesting gourds that you may have brought home recently.
Indeed.
Hello. I hope that you all are having fun at the Harvest Festival. My name is Carrie and I work with Tilth Alliance. And I am here at the Rainier Beach Urban Farm and Wetlands in the kitchen. And I am going to show you, so you all got a pumpkin in your activity kit, and we are going to cut the top off. We're going to scoop out the seeds like we're carving a jack-o'-lantern, and then we're going to stuff it with something yummy, and we're going to bake it in the oven.
Today in this video, we're going to make quite a few things that are yummy. The first thing that we are going to make is a pumpkin custard dessert. And while that's baking, we'll go over how to roast pumpkin seeds, which make a super tasty snack. And then we also will stuff the pumpkin with something savory and festive that you could use as a main dish.
So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to get, I think a small serrated knife, like a steak knife, is really helpful. And I'm going to, just like you're carving a jack-o'-lantern, I'm just going to open the top. So just be careful where you're putting your fingers. Take that guy off, and I'm going to cut this right here. I'm just going to go in with my hand and just start scooping some of these seeds out. I'm going to save these seeds, and we're going to toss them in a little bit of oil and salt and pepper, and we're going to roast them in the oven as well. It's a nice tip that you can, once you open up one of these pumpkins, you can roast the seeds and get a bonus little snack out of this guy. I'm gonna just put all of this into a bowl, and I'm gonna keep that for later. I'm gonna take a towel or a paper towel and just kind of wipe the rest of that goo off of there. If you want, you can take a spoon and you can scrape off, there's kind of this stringy layer. It's helpful to get all of that extra stuff out because it will keep some of the liquid down when we bake this pumpkin. So one of the things I like to do with the pumpkin, this is just a 2 to 3 pound pie pumpkin. I'm going to make a pumpkin spice flavored custard, and we're gonna pour it inside the pumpkin and we're gonna bake it with the custard inside. So I'm gonna take 4 eggs, and this is for a small size pumpkin. And I think it's helpful to have your ingredients at room temperature if possible. The reason is that it will help the sugar dissolve. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kind of whisk these eggs together and then I'm gonna measure 1 cup of heavy cream. And it may seem like a lot, but it's gonna make the custard taste really yummy. I've tried doing this with just regular whole milk and it did not come out as well. So I'm also gonna add a little bit of brown sugar, 2/3 of a cup of brown sugar. And with brown sugar, you know, you can pack it in there and that's gonna help you measure. So there's 1/3 of a cup. There's another third. And then I also like to add some pumpkin pie spice. I'm just gonna put a teaspoon of that. You can use just cinnamon, or you can use ginger, or you can instead just use vanilla. But I like the pumpkin pie spice because it ends up making this taste sort of like a deconstructed pumpkin pie. So you can also make up your own pumpkin pie spice mix by mixing together cinnamon and nutmeg and those types of things. I'm gonna mix this, and I wanna mix it until the sugar completely melts, but I'm gonna kind of mix it slowly. If I use that whisk, it would start whipping the eggs and the cream, and I don't really want it to whip. So I'm just gonna take my time. Meanwhile, I've got an oven that is preheated to 350 degrees. And I think it's really important to make sure that all of the sugar is completely dissolved, because when you pour it into your pumpkin, if the sugar hasn't dissolved yet, it's gonna sink right to the bottom of the pumpkin and you'll end up with a sticky syrup at the bottom, which could be delicious. So the other thing, I wanna make sure that I have a pan, and this is just a glass pie dish. And I'm gonna put my pumpkin in there. I'm also, if you want to bake the top as well, you can just put that in separately. And I'm going to pour a little bit of water, about 1 inch or so, in the bottom of the pan. And that's going to help custard bake. So I did also, one more thing I like to put in there is just a pinch of salt, and that just kind of helps kind of bring out some of the sweetness and the creaminess. I'm gonna pour this in the pumpkin. If it doesn't fit all the way to the top, that's fine. This custard actually is gonna puff up while it bakes. And so it actually is good to leave a little bit of a clearance there. You don't wanna fill it completely over, it'll puff right out. If you have a bigger pumpkin, you can add, you can multiply the recipe out, or you can, you know, just kind of scale it up a little bit bigger. If you have a smaller pumpkin, you can scale it down as well. So I'm just gonna pop this in the oven very carefully into a 350 degree oven. In the meantime, we can bake up some of these seeds. So a lot of kinds of pumpkins and winter squash, all of their seeds are edible. And there are some varieties where the shell is really hard and I may be less likely to eat them, but for all their sugar pie pumpkins, the acorn squashes, and a lot of those, they have really, these seeds are actually super easy to roast up and make into a delicious treat. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm just gonna take off any big chunks of this stringy pulp. And a lot of times people will tell you to rinse these seeds off, and that seems like a lot of work.
And I think that's what kept me from roasting seeds from the pumpkins for so long, because it seemed like a really kind of slimy and gooey job. And I have decided that you don't need to rinse off the seeds, because the gooey coating on the outside actually makes the seeds taste more delicious when you roast them. So it's going to kind of, the pumpkin on the outside of those seeds, whatever is left, is going to kind of caramelize and get brown, and it's going to be more nutritious, actually going to taste better. So I like to put a little bit of oil, whatever oil you like to cook with, just a tablespoon or so, and some salt and some pepper if you like. You can also, if you like to add something spicy like some cayenne or something sweet like cinnamon, or something kind of aromatic like cumin, you can add those flavors as well. But I think that it is going to, you got to put some salt on there to make it taste good. So the oil is going to be in there, and I just got a cookie sheet here with a little bit of parchment on there. You don't have to put parchment on there if you don't want to, but I like to do that. And I'm going to spread them out as best I can so that they're in a single layer. I'm going to cook this in a 350-degree oven for about 15 to 25 minutes. You want to wait until they're pretty dark brown and crispy. And I'm gonna halfway through that cooking time, I'm gonna take a like a spatula or a wooden spoon, and I'm gonna mix them all around. All right, so into the oven it goes. Okay, so here they are, just popped out of the oven, nice and toasty brown. They're pretty crispy. And you can put these in a container. If you can save them in an airtight container for several days. But really, you could just put them in a bowl and snack on them for the rest of the day. So there you go. Super easy roasted pumpkin seeds, and you don't ever have to throw the seeds away from your pumpkin again. Okay, so the pumpkin custard is in the oven, and for a pumpkin of that size, about 2 to 3 pound pumpkin, it's going to take 90 to about an hour and a half to 2 hours to bake. I would start checking it at about 90 minutes, and I'll show you. You can kind of slide a knife down to the bottom to see if it's solid at the bottom or not. So there it is, the pumpkin custard. One thing I did want to mention is that when you pull it out of the oven, you really want to check to make sure that the custard is solid in there. And so I just take a knife and kind of run it down the edge of the custard all the way to the bottom, and make sure no liquid kind of floats back up at you, because it is disappointing to cut into the custard and know that it's not set. So so just check on it. If you do see some liquid come up at you, then just put it back in the oven. This pumpkin, it took in the oven at 350, it took 2 hours to bake. And there you go. You can see that it kind of makes this sort of 2-layered thing. You got little fluffy stuff on the top and the custard at the bottom. You could sprinkle a little cinnamon on there, or put a little whipped cream if you like. And there you go, pumpkin custard. So that was how to stuff your pumpkin with a yummy dessert. But you can also stuff it with things to make it into a savory dinner. To do that, we'll start the same way by cutting off the top of the pumpkin and removing the seeds and guts. So I'm going to just kind of wipe off that, and I'm going to move on to making my filling. So this filling is, it's kind of you can put whatever you like in the recipe. I'm going to start with a small onion and a little bit of garlic, and I'm going to chop up some vegetables. So I've got some carrots, and I've got a little bit of parsley. I'm going to count that as a vegetable too, because it's so good for you. I'm going to put a little bit of protein in there, so I have some lentils. I'm going to put about a cup of lentils, and I also like to put some seeds. So I've got a couple tablespoons of pumpkin seeds that I just toasted up, and those are going to go in there. And then I have, this is
Couscous, the big couscous, sometimes it's called Israeli couscous, but you can put whatever. You can put brown rice in there. You could put any kind of grain that you like. You could even, put chopped up dried bread cubes in there, like you're making a turkey stuffing. And I'm going to put about a cup of this, a cup of lentils, and this is a really great way to use up any leftover grains you have in your refrigerator, any proteins. I'm using lentils, but you can use cooked sausage, you could use crumbled bacon, you could use ground beef, whatever you like. So I have a pan here. I'm going to heat it up with a little bit of oil. Whatever oil you like to use. This is just some coconut oil. I'm going to let that preheat a little bit. I'm going to chop up my onion. Whatever peeling you take off of it, you can put that in a little bowl or a little container for your refrigerator. Something like this. And you can either keep it lidded in your refrigerator or even in the freezer. And you can put all your stuff in there, your parsley stems, your thyme stems, your garlic peels, the peelings from I've got also these carrots. And I'm going to take the tops and the tails off of the carrots, and I'm going to add that to my stock bucket as well. So any of those vegetable peelings, trimmings, just keep them aside and you use it to make vegetable stock, or if you like to make chicken stock or bone broth, you can add it to that as well. And I'm just going to chop this into little pieces. And my pan is nice and hot. A little bit of oil in there. I got these little carrots that came from the garden, so I'm going to take the tops and the tails off. And I'm going to cut my carrots. If you want to do this recipe, if you have a parsnip or if you have a sweet potato, or if you'd rather put some spinach or some mushrooms in there, any of those things will work nice. Once you put it into the pumpkin's going to cook from the outside, but what's stuffed in the middle is not going to have a lot of time to finish cooking. So we want to make sure the grains, the proteins, all are fully cooked before we put them into the pumpkin. So I'm going to chop up my carrots and I'm going to put them in the pan there with the onions. So I'm going to season this a little bit with salt and pepper as I go, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, and kind of just let that cook down a little. I'm going to also add a little bit of garlic. So I just like to take the skin off. I like to cut off this little butt. And then I give it a smash. Smash. And that kind of helps me get the rest of that skin off. I just smash my garlic and then chop it, just kind of mince it up. And I'm going to wait until kind of the end when all these onions and carrots are getting close to being done before I put the garlic in, so it doesn't cook too fast or burn. Getting close to being done there. I'm going to add my garlic in. Add my couscous. I'm going to add a cup of lentils. And I'm going to let that all get heated up. For this recipe, I'm going to add a little bit of orange zest and a little bit of cinnamon, but you can add whatever kinds of spices and herbs that you like to try. One thing I like to do if I'm going to eat an orange, I like to take the zest off of it first. This is just a microplane, a little fine grater. I like to take the zest off of it and then put it in a little Ziploc bag and keep in the freezer, because orange zest, lemon zest, even lime zest is a really nice, really delicious flavor to add so much flavor to your dishes. And normally when you peel an orange, you just toss it away. Add some parsley to this. We can save a little bit for a garnish at the end. add some parsley. So the parsley stems can go right into that stock bucket that has my onion peels or my carrot peels. Right there. A little bit of orange zest. Just quite a bit. And cinnamon. I think the cinnamon is going to make it taste really yummy. And I also have some toasted pumpkin seeds. I think that'll be really nice. It's just a couple tablespoons. You can add that if you like. You can add sunflower seeds. You can add anything else you like in there. So now I'm going to add a little bit of dried fruit. These are just dried cranberries. And you put a couple tablespoons or a quarter cup of that in there if you like. And that's going to add a little bit of sweetness. I've seasoned my filling and I've tasted it and it tastes good. I also, because we're going to eat the pumpkin, we're going to stuff it in there, and when we bake it, when it comes out, I like to serve it in slices, so we're going to eat the pumpkin as well. It's not just going to be the serving vessel. So I like to also season the pumpkin. So I'm going to take a little bit of salt, and I'm just going to sprinkle it on the inside, and then I'm going to take my filling, and look at that. Ooh, it's got some green in it. Get some orange. Oops. All right. See that it's got all that good stuff in there. I'm gonna press it in a little bit. I'm gonna put the lid back on. I'm just gonna set it in a baking dish. And I'm gonna put it in the oven 350 degrees for about an hour. And we'll test it in about an hour. I'm going to probably poke a knife in to see if it's tender in there. Maybe we'll see some juices kind of bubbling out. If it looks like the pumpkin is starting to get dark, you can put a piece of tin foil around it. While that is in the oven, that gives us an opportunity to talk about all the different kinds of pumpkins and winter squashes there are out there. So I have brought a bunch of things to show you, all kinds of pumpkins, and we'll take a look at them and maybe we'll demystify the winter squash. This is sugar pie pumpkin, which looks like a jack-o'-lantern pumpkin, but it might be a little bit sweeter, a little bit tastier. You can actually absolutely eat your jack-o'-lantern pumpkins. They may not be the most delicious, but you can eat them technically. But if you're looking for a pumpkin to cook to make a pie, then the sugar pie pumpkin, this classic old pumpkin, is going to be a great choice. It tends to be a little bit watery, so there are also other kinds. This is a Cinderella pumpkin. They go by other names as well, a French one that I can't pronounce, and they can be much, much bigger. This is a green, this is green, but it's a Japanese kabocha pumpkin and is orange on the inside. So these kinds of kabocha style pumpkins tend to, I think the flesh is a little bit denser and a little bit drier and is sweeter than your pie pumpkin, but you can use them in a lot of the same recipes. And then there are a lot of other kinds of winter squashes that we can use as well. So this is delicata squash. And delicata squash is really nice. It's got a pretty thin skin, so you can eat it as well. What I like to do with delicata is either slit it the long way and open it up like a boat, and then you can scoop out the seeds. When you scoop out the seeds and the flesh, most of these pumpkins, you can actually separate the seeds out, roast them in the oven, and have them as a snack. And so with a delicata, I like to slit it the long ways and then open it up like a boat. You can fill it with a filling, or you can slice it this way and it'll make rings. Take the seeds out and you can toss those rings with a little bit of oil, salt and pepper, any seasonings you like, and just bake them flat in a tray. And then you have these little cooked squash rings, and they're super cute, and you can eat them with the skin on and everything. So delicata is a thin skin, you can eat it. This is a butternut squash, and these come in, this is a pretty small one, they come much larger as well. This has a pretty dense flesh. It has a thick skin, so often you'll see people will peel this, and what I find the easiest way to peel it is to cut the top and the bottom off, and maybe even just slice it down the center, and take a vegetable peeler and just hold on really tight and just peel off the skin with the vegetable peeler. And then you can slice it into rings or slices, or you can chop it into squares and roast it in the oven. If you're not interested in peeling this, one thing you can do is you can just cut it open, scoop out the seeds, bake those two halves. Either, I like to do them face down, bake them in the oven until they're completely tender, and then just scoop the flesh out, and then you have a puree. This is, I think, called a carnival squash. I actually don't know what this one is called, but it is related to this, which is an acorn squash. They're both acorn shaped, and these have a fairly thick skin, so you may not want to eat the skin, but because it is ribbed, it can be hard to peel. So with these guys, what I like to do is I like to cut them in half, scoop out the seeds, and just roast them, the halves, into the oven, and then bake them. You can cut them this way. You can stuff them with some kind of filling, or you can just bake them empty and then scoop out the pulp once it's cooked, and then use that as a squash puree. So that's what I would do with those. This is also a kind of pumpkin. It's called a red curry squash, and it is a very similar texture, I think, to the Japanese, the kabocha style pumpkin, where the flesh is going to be drier and sweeter and almost kind of like a chestnut. And these are really nice. They come in a lot of different sizes. They come in different colors. And this is one of my favorite squashes. It's really fun to grow too if you have a garden. And it is similar to this, which is, I think this is a sweetmeat squash. It's gray on the outside. There are other squashes that have a similar color. There's a Hubbard squash, which is sort of like this, but much, much larger. And it can be a little off-putting that this pumpkin is gray on the outside, but on the inside, it really is orange. And the last one I wanted to talk about is this spaghetti squash. This one is a little darker in color than you would normally see a spaghetti squash. Often they're very light like this, but the spaghetti squash is very cool. It's not a very sweet squash, but one of the things that makes it so cool is that it has a really stringy pulp. And so instead of mashing into kind of a puree like you would make a pumpkin pie with, it's stringy, and so you actually can take a fork and pull out those strings and then use them. They call it also vegetable spaghetti. So you can use it like noodles, and people will, I just put butter and salt on mine, but people put, you can put pasta sauce on it if you like. This is the stuffed pumpkin. Remember, we stuffed it with the couscous and the lentils. It was sort of kind of hot and starting to bubble over, and so what I'm going to do is just kind of poke it with a knife just to make sure that the pumpkin itself is tender all the way through. You could also put a thermometer in the center there to make sure that your filling is heated all the way through. I'm just going to take a slice out of here. Ooh, it is very hot in there. Woo. Let's see inside there. Put a little garnish on there. Sprinkle a little parsley or something like that on top. This is a nice way to also use up those pumpkins that we kind of buy for decoration around the harvest season, and oftentimes we don't actually end up eating them, but it's really good food and it shouldn't go to waste. This recipe is meant to be really flexible, so you can add your favorite kind of protein. If you have a little bit left over, I've used sweet peppers and black-eyed peas in this recipe. I've used wild rice and celery and onions. So you can, this is a really nice recipe because you can kind of use what you have on hand or whatever your family likes to eat. There you go, beautiful stuffed pumpkin.
Try to make this segment about 10 minutes long.
10 minutes?
Hold up.
Hey.
Wait.
That was so cool. That was so cool.
It was amazing. Yeah, very so creative with that. The custard in the pumpkin to me was, I would never have thought of that. And I can't wait to try it at home.
Also, she didn't brag about this, but she designed that recipe for the Harvest Festival. that is a recipe that you cannot find on the internet. It's in your kits, and we can send it to you if you would like. But Carrie was trying to find a pumpkin custard recipe and kept finding things where you bake the custard outside of the pumpkin and then you put it together.
Yeah.
The pumpkin itself has a lot of moisture, so it's hard to bake something inside of like a custard. But she mastered that recipe for the Harvest Festival. So that's a Harvest Festival exclusive
Original
recipe.
and exclusive. Yeah.
And you were talking about a really delicious risotto recipe that I was excited about.
I did mention that.
Would you want to talk us through it?
Well, sure. I wish I could, show you it, but I didn't bring everything. However, I can certainly walk you through it. You need just one pumpkin like this. You might not even use the whole thing. You could use it for multiple things. You need some. You're making risotto. You're going to need some arborio rice.
Well, that's a really short grain rice.
It's a very short, plump. In a pinch, you can use Valencia rice, which is what you would use to make paella. But traditional risotto is made with arborio. So any short grain plump rice like that is good. But the starch content is a little bit different from. So you couldn't make risotto with a long grain rice or a brown rice. It's got to be arborio.
Good to know.
Or Valencia.
I've definitely tried to make risotto with whatever rice I had on hand, and it did not
Doesn't work. The
come out as well.
Starch content's a little bit different.
The flavor was fine.
Sure.
It just wasn't risotto.
Sure. So if you want to make a pumpkin risotto, you'd start like you would any other risotto, and I have kind of a basic method that I use for making any risotto, no matter what I'm putting in it. And I'll start with about half of an onion. You don't need that much. However much garlic you like. I like a lot.
We know you like a lot of garlic.
So I'd put 4, 5, 6, 7 cloves of garlic in there. If I had some leftover fennel bulb hanging out that needed to be used up, I dice that up real fine. I'd take a little piece of celery about that big, and I'd dice that up, small dice. And then I'd take my pumpkin, I'd peel it, and I would do a medium dice with that and just sort of set it aside.
And just the flesh, you're not using the pulp.
Not using the pulp. Yeah. Of course, you'd cut it out. Cut it open, clean the seeds and the guts out of it first, and you could roast the seeds as Carrie showed you how to do, or using whatever method you like. And then I would take the peel off and just do it into a medium dice. So about that big.
About a thumb.
About a thumb, about a my thumb size piece of pumpkin.
So not quite my thumb.
Yeah. So you want about, you'll end up with a little mound of pumpkin cubes about this big. So you start with some good quality olive oil. Oh, and then of course the most important part of a risotto, besides the rice, is going to be your flavorful stock, which you want to have simmering about 3 to 4 cups. I'm just making a risotto, let's say, for 2 to 3 people.
And what kind of stock do you like to use?
For this, I mean, really anything would work. And by anything, I mean chicken or vegetable. I tend to use chicken stock, homemade preferably, but if not, just getting good quality, store-bought chicken stock or chicken broth will do.
I like to always keep some stock in my freezer.
Me too.
Anytime I cook a bird, I'll make some broth and I'll stick it in the freezer.
Great way to use those bones. There's bones are flavor and
nutrients.
And nutrients, good collagen. So you've got 3 or 4 cups of just gently simmering stock on your back burner. You got a ladle. You got a nice pan. You got your arborio rice.
What kind of pan would you use?
For risotto, I like to use. Let's see. Do we have one here?
Maybe this pan.
Maybe.
Like that.
So sure. I mean, anything that's going to hold a couple of, a goodly amount of food. So maybe I might even go well, no, that was huge. Much bigger than it looks on the wall. Anyway, a medium pot.
Nice. But we're not talking a flat paella dish. We're talking something taller.
We're talking I have one with rounded sides that comes up to about here. It's probably about a 4-quart pot that's cast iron.
Nice.
And that's what I generally use for my risottos. And a nice heat resistant spatula, not metal spatula. So
you're gonna pour in some good olive oil. You're gonna get those onions and garlic and any kind of herbs you like. For a pumpkin risotto, I like to put in a lot of fresh sage, like a whole lot of fresh sage. If I don't have fresh sage, I'll throw in a couple of good pinches of dried, rubbed powdered sage. With that, what else did I mention? The celery, the fennel, your onion, your garlic. You can get all those things talking together when you're good quality.
So just the veggies are going in the olive oil.
Just the veggies are going in there. And then for risotto, a good rule of thumb is to measure just a palmful of rice per person. So depending on how many people you're serving, you don't need to measure like 2 cups of rice or 3 cups or whatever it might be. It's a handful per person. And this works out perfectly every time, no matter how much or how little I'm making of risotto. So however many handfuls of arborio, you want to get that starting to soak up the fat in the pan, which is in this case, your olive oil. Stir that around real good for about minute and a half. You'll notice that the grains of rice turn opaque and then clear and then sort of somewhere in between through that process. And when it turns that sort of in between, that's when you're ready to start adding in your hot stock. And you want to do that 1 ladle at a time. I have a ladle that's I think it's a 1/4 cup ladle. I like to add mine a 1/4 cup at a time. And you just keep stirring and stirring and stirring until that liquid is incorporated and the rice soaks
And do you cover it?
Soaks it up. No, you're stirring. And then you're adding, as soon as that 1/4 cup or half, you can do maybe 1/2 cup at a time if you're in more of a hurry. But the risotto takes patience. It takes time, and your arm will get tired because you're doing a whole lot of stirring with your spatula.
And you want to stir because of the starch?
That's right. And at some point, your rice is gonna start to plump up. This is when you're about 2/3, maybe 3/4 of the way done with your stock. That's when you want to add in your diced pumpkin.
Okay, so the pumpkin didn't go in, the other veggies went in.
Correct. And that's because the pumpkin, when you dice it up that small, it's going to cook real fast.
Oh, all right.
And you don't want it to be mushy. You want it to retain its shape to some degree. So you keep until you've used up all your stock and your rice is fully, you don't want to taste it. Risotto, you don't want it to be too al dente. You don't want that rice to have too much of a crunch, but you want it to have a little bit of a firm, a little bit of bite. And then, of course, at the very end, you want to throw in your Parmigiano Reggiano, maybe, again, a little handful, incorporate into your risotto. And then I like to throw in a pat of butter too, just for good measure, because that fat.
I don't think you can have risotto without butter.
Bind everything together. Exactly. Add a little pinch of salt if you need it. If depending on the seasoning of your stock, you may or may not need to add salt. And of course, that Parmigiano also adds some salinity to your dish as well. So, but that's my off the cuff pumpkin risotto recipe.
That sounds pretty simple.
It's actually really simple. Don't be afraid of cooking risotto. It's not that difficult. It's basic rules of thumb. Palmful of rice.
I love the palmful of rice per
person. 3 or 4 cups of stock. Good quality stock.
So the risotto was stock in one pot, and then in another pot you had onions, celery, aromatic veggies in olive oil, and then went in the rice, and then just a small cup of broth at a time until it incorporates, and then once it's mostly incorporated, the pumpkin, and then when it's done,
keep that in the broth. Now cook,
and then the last thing was butter.
And Parmigiano Reggiano.
And Parmigiano Reggiano. Yum! That sounds so good.
All right.
Thank you, Sam.
Oh, my pleasure. I'm happy to share recipes anytime. What are we looking to do next, Danielle?
We are going to have a really special treat for you next. We're going to have another live segment that this person is live, not on the farm, but at their home in Olympia. Alyssa Woodruff is going to be joining us in just a few seconds. She's already online. She's waiting to teach us the shoot seed. So today we've been talking a lot about honoring the indigenous people of the land that we live on. So we are again honored to be welcoming an indigenous woman with us. She is a registered Skokomish she's registered from the Skokomish Indian Nation, and she teaches the shoot seed in the Squally. And she's a really amazing human being. I have been getting to correspond with her through the process of finding a Lachute Seeds teacher and bringing her into the festival with us. And I just found out that she is an intern for NASA. So not only is she a mom, has a job teaching Lachute Seed, works for multiple organizations, she's also interning for NASA. So
incredible.
We're about to learn Lachute
in.
Seed, an ancient language from a very modern Indigenous woman.
Awesome. Let's bring her on in. Welcome, Elisa.
Gotta unmute myself for this one. So, Haslahel is Hecha Yayulita sister to Alcha Tuaduk. I am Elisa and I am from Skokomish. I grew up with language around me, but not learning how to put it together. So as I grew up and got older, I started learning more things, right? I attended Northwest Indian College. I still attend Northwest Indian College. I am in my junior year of my bachelor's degree. I teach there. I teach the southern dialect of Lachute Seed. So I teach the southern region, so Nisqually area, Squaxin area. My why. Person behind me is my why. She is my great grandma, and she preserved my tribal language. My tribal language is Tawana, Tuwaduxi. More people that come from Skokomish. She preserved all of our language for us, so I like to honor her by speaking the language and by teaching my kids. So everybody see around me, right in front or in front of me, however it is for you guys, they're my why. Tough, quick lesson real quick before we get into language. This makes you cry, and I'm sorry. People like my great grandma weren't allowed to speak until 1970s. 1978 for a fact, right? Due to that, people like me, only got sporadic. We only got to learn words that were used at hidden times with car rides into the woods or boat rides out in the water. So having the language ripped apart from us and then brought back is kind of rough, right? That's, my great grandma's 2 generations away from me. My dad, he's part of my why. He only learned certain words. He taught me those words, right? So that's preservation. Revitalization is what my grandma did. She brought it back, right? She made this dictionary, she talked with linguists, and now that's where I'm at, right? I'm at part of the revitalization. I'm at part of bringing language back and being a part of an honorable space. So when we get asked to do things, a lot of times we say no. And that no is because we were taught to keep it hidden. So really emotional, right? I'm emotional. The emotional part is releasing, letting it go and opening up. All right, that being said, Lachute Seed Southern dialect. Here's a map of Lachute Seed language. Northern goes all the way up to Tulalip and Stillaguamish area and into Soxquiatl, and then it comes all the way down to Squaxin, which is way down here. Oh, I touched it, sorry you guys. It has 42 characters to it. As you can see, the ones I've highlighted yellow are the vowels. We still have vowels. The one that I highlighted blue is a glottal stop. So when we are talking, is the difference between someone saying no or no. I said no. And a lot of times we see that glottal stop when there is a vowel. Okay. Being that we're talking about being on a farm, right? Guck. This is guck. It is sunshine. Last time I looked outside, I haven't looked out for a few minutes, but last time I looked outside, it was us guckub. It is sun shining out. Us guckub. So us is a prefix, which I should probably put on here, but I didn't, sorry. But it's a prefix meaning here and now, what we can do. So us guckub, it is sun shining. Well, we need the sun to grow things, right? So guck, sunshine. Kolb, kolb. Kolb is rain. We also need the rain. We need the sun and we need the rain to make things grow. Wedach. This is wedach. These are blueberries. These are part of our traditional foods that we go up to Mount Rainier and gather. Those tribes that were closer, they would come up and they'd gather their wedach and their payats baskets. Yep. But guck and club also make it rain, or not make it rain. I'm sorry. They make pretty flowers. I sub. Right? I sub flowers. When you have flowers, you get yo-yo butch. You get yo-yo butch. You get butterflies. And then there's hayats. Hayats. Hayats is a cedar tree. The X with the little like canoe or hat, I've heard it described so many different ways. It's really just a growling sound, and that little shape on top makes things sound like they have an H to them. So, hayats. And then I wanted to show you guys the barred lambda. Barred lambda is, it kind of looks like a running man. Oh, it's like a little flag above him, or a balloon above him. He's running with a balloon. There we go. Barred lambda. So that's a heavy CK sound that comes from cutting off the air and releasing your throat. So, oh. This is an oyster. Okay. One of our traditional foods that we like to eat in Skokomish, for sure. Really hard to say. Took me a few years to learn this one. And getting comfortable, I guess. Getting comfortable with a lot of the sounds that we make throughout the alphabet, which I'm going to go back to the alphabet, which is back here, which I clicked out of. And we're going to recite through that real quick. So, A, B, S, T, Ch, A, D, Z, A, G, Gwa, E, A, J, K, A, Kwa, Wa, O, O, P, K, A, Kwa, Wa, Sa, Sh, Ta, A, U, O, Wa, Wa. Yeah. Glottal stop. Okay. So that was all 42 sounds, and that was the alphabet. Oh, sorry, me and my slides. So we like to take words and we like to combine them. Some of the things I like to do while I'm teaching is to read books. I read books to my kids. A lot of times when I find books, they're all in English. So when I read, I find some stories that really relate to people. The one that you see depicted, it's a book called Pushing Up the Sky. It's if you ever get interested in it, it is one that Taksha Blue, also known as Vi Hilbert, used to tell quite frequently. And it was a really good, I loved how Vi Hilbert used to say it. Woo, here we go again. Okay, so I am going to actually do a story out of here. It's called The Strongest One. It actually comes from Zuni people, but it relates very well to here in the Pacific Northwest. It's about ants and who is the strongest one. Ant is Butch Lola. Chud is I. Walach is strong. Hui is no. Eh is yes. Chuk is rock. All is home. So familiarize, okay? But Lola lived in a hole under a big chuck with all of his shed. It often wondered about the world outside. Who in the world was the Walach of all? One day, late spring, little Butch Lola decided to find out. Butch Lola, I am going to find out who is the Walach. I am going to go outside and le-e-bush, le-e-bush, le-e-bush. I'm going to go outside and walk around and walk and walk. Salit Butch Lola, be careful. We ants are very, very small, mimad. Something might step on you with their jetshud, their foot. Flew Butch Lola, third ant. Hey, we are the mimad. Mima'an, and the weakest of all. We are the smallest and the weakest. Bos, Butch Lola, the fourth ant. Be careful! It's dangerous out there. Butch Lola, I will be careful. I will find out who is the Walach. Maybe the Walach can teach us how to be Walach. Maybe the strong one will teach us how to be strong. Butch Lola, la-e-bush, she just walks and walks. Butch Lola walks some more, la-e-bush. But then it began to snow. Butch Lola, my feet are cold. My jetshud are cold. The snow makes everything freeze. Snow must be the strongest, must be the Walach. I will ask, Snow, are you the Walach? Fue Walach Chud. Fue Walach Chud. I am not the strong one. Well, then who? Who is Walach? Guk, the sun, Guk. Guk is stronger. When the sun comes out, it melts me away. Butch Lola, Guk must be the Walach. I will ask. Guk, are you the Walach of all? Butch Lola, Guk, the sun. Fue Walach Chud. Fue Walach Chud. I am not the strongest. Butch Lola, then who? Who is stronger than you? Wind. The wind. The wind is Wallach. When he blows, the clouds come across the sky and covers my face. Here he comes. Butch Lola. Wind, are you the Wallach of all? Hui Wallachchan. Hui Wallachchan. No, I'm not the strongest, says the wind. Butch Lola. Then who? Who is Wallach than you? Who is stronger than you? House. All is Wallach. When I blow, all doesn't move. Butch Lola. I will ask. All. Are you the Wallach of all? All. Hui Wallachchan. Hui Wallachchan. No, I am not the strongest. Then who? Who is Wallach? Mouse. Squat-tad. Squat-tad. Mouse. He's the strongest. He can eat holes in me. Okay. Okay. I will go ask Mouse. I will go ask Squat-tad. Squat-tad, are you the Wallach of all? Wait, Wallachchan. Wait, Wallachchan. I am not strong. Then who? Who is Wallach? Pish Pish, the cat. Pish Pish. Pish Pish catches me. Pish Pish will eat me. Oxford. Pish Pish. Pish Pish Wallach. Butch Lola. Okay. I will go ask Pish Pish. Pish Pish, are you the Wallach of all? Hui Wallachchan. Hui Wallachchan. I am not the strongest. Then who? Who is stronger than you, Pish Pish? Stick. Stick is stronger than me. All right, Stick, are you stronger than Pish Pish? Wait, I'm not the strongest. Wait, Wallachchan. Butch Lola, then who is stronger than you? Hode. Hode. When I am put into Hode, Hode burns me up. Fire? Hode must be the Wallach. I will ask. Hode, are you the Wallach? Fire. Hode. Wallachchan. Wallachchan. I am not the strongest. Butch Lola. Then who? Who is stronger than you? Quo. Quo. Quo is Wallach. Quo is put on me. I go out. Water. Water has got to be the strongest. Butch Lola. Okay, I'm going to go ask Quo. Quo, are you the Wallachchan? Quo. Hui Wallachchan. Hui. Really? Then who? I have asked so many other people, and no one has been the strongest. They've had someone stronger. Then who? Skagwat's. Skagwat's is Wallach. When Skagwat's comes, Skagwat's drinks me. So he's got to be the strongest. He's got to be Wallach. All right, I'm going to go ask Deer. Skagwat's, are you the Wallach Chud? Wait, Wallach Chud. Wait, then who? Arrow and man. When man and arrow strikes me, they can kill me. So they must be the strongest. All right, I will ask. Arrow, are you the Wallach of all? Wait, Wallach Chud. No, I'm not the strongest. See that chukka? Hila, Hila. That chukka, he's stronger. When I get smacked up against him, I break. I break in half. Eh? Chukka? Yes, the big rock. Eh, chukka, the big rock. His Wallach. All right, I'm going to ask. Chukka, are you the Wallach? Hui Wallach Chud. Hui Wallach Chud. But Arrow told me you were Wallach. Chukka. Well, you see, Butchlola, you are stronger. Every day, you and the other Butchlolas come and carry pieces of me away. Someday, I will be gone. Are you sure, Chuck? Yes. Butchlola went back home to his alt and spoke to all his aunt people, his Butchlola people. I have traveled all around, and I have asked many other people who the strongest is. And it circled back to us. We are Wallach. We are Wallach. Hoy up, chuff. That was the end of that story. Some of the words that I said I'd captured, Chud is irony, Wallach is strong, Hui is no, Eh is yes, Hila is to look. I really like this story. My kids like this story because it circles around. There's always someone stronger, but you yourself is strong. Hoyafchaf, I am finished. And I have finished right in time for my time as well.
Alyssa, thank you so much for being with us.
Can get ready. So you can have a couple minutes to get ready. We're gonna introduce you. Just be quiet because we're using the same mic.
Do you need to read that? You want that thing to read from?
Oh yeah. Hi everyone.
Hi.
That was, I didn't get to pay attention to that as much as I would have loved to. We've been running around getting ready for the final event of the day. But first of all, thank you so much, Alyssa. Thank you so much, Alyssa, for doing that amazing workshop.
It's a beautiful story. It's a beautiful story.
I can't wait to rewatch it later. And just like, thank you for repeating the words many times, because there's sounds in Lachute that I've never tried to do before. They don't exist in English.
Right, unfamiliar to the way our tongues are used to moving.
Exactly. So you may have noticed that there are some people behind us who were not here before. And I'm gonna tell you a little bit about them. This is Adafua Cultural Education Workshop. When one thinks of cultural arts in the city of Seattle, one must think of Adafua. Since 1984, Adafua has provided an ongoing existence presenting West African culture at its best. I know, I've taken classes with them before, and it was really fun. And you're about to have a class with them. Wherever you are, take your shoes off and get ready to dance. This combination of culture in performance and arts in education is presented by an authentic, traditional African dance company called Kuyate Arts. Adafua Cultural Education Workshop Company, ACEW, is a nonprofit that is committed to developing and maintaining relationships in order to preserve and share African traditions, as well as deliver messages that are relevant to modern struggles. Creating opportunities is a means for building capacity. Oh, I lost my place. Where are we? We're doing awesome things here, and I'm doing a great job. Please join us in keeping history alive. You're gonna get to join Adafua here today. We're streaming live from the farm. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity. Hopefully not once in a lifetime, actually. Hopefully we'll do this again, and hopefully we'll be able to have more people here with us. So the entire family is encouraged to attend. Experience easy movements that you can relate to as a member of the community. Live drums, as you can see, and percussion will bring a sense of Africa and our holistic selves. Join us as we journey into a celebration of life and a celebration of work here at the Rainier Beach Harvest Festival. Woo! Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Hi, everybody. We are Adafua. We are Kuyate Art. We here in Seattle. Yeah. We all from Guinea in West Africa. In West Africa, we call this event Kasa. Kasa. Kasa is when we all come together to celebrate the farmer in West Africa. We call that event the Kasa. I call this event today Kasa. Kasa. We're gonna be playing the Kasa music, the Kasa song, the Kasa rhythm for you guys to enjoy. After Kuyate will be the dance instructor tonight.
just now is for the work. And then now we're gonna learn 3 more steps to do what? To celebrate. Okay, please watch. And this is brand new. Nobody else has seen this, so you're gonna have a good time. This dance is about the work out here, the harvest, the farm, the casa, the people that are digging, right? This is the dance from them, right now. And it's from Guinea, West Africa. Can you say Guinea?
Guinea.
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 West Africa. Yes, it's the dance of the farmer. This dance goes back thousands of years. And it's the dance that's still being done right now. They call, what's the instrument that we have here in America where you dig? What is it called?
Shackle.
Yeah, in Guinea, they call it the kabat. It's the dance of the kabat. Okay? The dance is called casa. What is it called?
Casa.
Casa. Yeah, don't get fancy with it. Just say casa.
Casa.
From what country?
Guinea.
Guinea, which is what part of Africa?
West Africa.
Oh, you're awesome. You're correct. So do we have time to review the dance again?
Yes, do.
We do. So let's do it. And we're going to ask Boca if he can sing the song while we're just doing a step that makes us happy. Okay? Whatever step makes you happy, you take it at this time during the song. And then when you hear the drums play, beep, 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 we're gonna start the dance. Because that's what we call a drum call, drum talk. It tells us when the rhythm is going to start or when it's gonna change. And we change on time. We respect the rhythm. Beep, 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 beep. Yeah. And back, okay? And we continue. Then beep, 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 beep. Back. 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 Beep, 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 beep. Beep, 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 beep. Remember the second part? Oh, what if Uncle would just say, oh, you have it now. You have to put it in your mind. Beep, 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 beep. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Beep, 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 beep. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, and our drummer is dancing too.
Suramani wale dai fakele kela Suramani kusanda bakala la jangola Suramani wale dai fakele kela dai fakele kela
Everybody
Suramani wale dai fakele kela Suramani kusanda bakala la jangola Suramani wale dai fakele kela dai fakele kela Suramani wale dai fakele gel Suramani kusanga bakala la jankola Suramani wale dai fakele gel dai fakele gel Suramani wale dai fakele gel dai fakele gel So when we talk about harvest, I think you know it's the celebration after the hard work. So your dance was into two parts. The first part was the work. The second part was the
celebration. Yeah, it's very important, not just for the farming, but everyday living. We work hard, we're happy to work hard, and then we celebrate as a community. My name is Afua Kuyate. I had a wonderful time here, Rainier Beach Farm and Wetlands. Thank you for having us. We are Adefua. We're in the community, and we thank you, and we hope you come and visit sometime again soon. Thank you.